Morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Integrated Resource Planning Proposed 2023 Preferred System Plan and 2024-25 TPP Process Portfolios Analysis Workshop. We're very happy to have all of you here for the next few hours. Look forward to presenting all this info and taking lots of questions from you. Right now, I think I'd like to turn things over to my colleague Sarah to do some intro and kind of logistics for us. But as a reminder, I'm Nathan Barsick. I am supervisor of one of the IRP sections in Energy Division, focusing on the planning track. Sarah, do you want to take us through the next few?
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. Hi, everyone. As Nathan said, my name is Sarah Goldmuss. I'm an analyst on the IRP team, and joining us for the rest of the workshop will be other members of the IRP team, the CPUC's Energy Resource Modeling, or ERM team, as well as our technical consultants, E3. We'll also probably be joined by Program Manager Molly Sturkle, and noting that Administrative Law Judge Julie Fitch is also on the panel. In the next few slides, I'll cover some logistics and ground rules for today's workshop. It'll be similar to other IRP workshops that some of you have probably attended before, but worth reiterating. The workshop slides that we're going through today are available and already on the website at the 2022-2023 IRP cycle events and materials webpage. As a reminder, the rest of the ruling materials, including previously released slide decks, are also available there. This workshop is being recorded. After the workshop, this will be available also on the same website. This ruling, as many of you know, is large and it covers multiple things, but the purpose of today's workshop is multifold. So we're hoping to advance stakeholders' understanding of the process that led to the development of the proposed preferred system plan, or the PSP, that's in the ruling, promote understanding of the various portfolios related to the PSP and the transmission planning process, or TPP, communicate the reliability and emissions of various scenarios and portfolios. We'll explain the ruling's procurement-related proposals, as well as advance understanding of the IRP reliability framework that was used in this cycle. And then to round it out, we'll provide an overview of the proposed policy and reliability-driven base case and proposed policy-driven sensitivity portfolios for the 2024-2025 TPP, as well as go over the initial Busbar Mapping results for the proposed base case portfolio. Throughout the workshop, we'll invite stakeholders to ask questions through WebEx's Q&A feature versus the chat. So please use the Q&A feature and direct the questions to all panelists. Someone from either the IRP team, ERB, or E3 will answer that. If time allows, and sort of depending on where we are with schedule, we may have time for verbal clarifying questions. To do this, if you're joining us via web, you can raise your hand and our WebEx host will unmute you and you'll be able to ask your question. After you've asked your question, please lower your hand. For those joining us via phone, you can press *3 as sort of your virtual raising hand. You'll be prompted to ask a question when you're called on. And one last point of process, stakeholders will have the opportunity to provide written comments in response to the ruling by November 13th. Reply comments will be due December 1st.
And Sarah, forgive my interjection, but on that last slide, I'm going to insert my usual caveat here, or actual request to stakeholders to take the Q&A part of this very seriously and interpret the Q part very literally. We're looking for clarifying questions. We know that we published a lot of material. There were 300 or so slides, in addition to some other things issued on October 5th, some of it quite complex. And we really, really want to prioritize this time together to clarifying people's questions and making sure that everyone develops the best understanding of the key issues to inform their comments. The request kind of ad that I have here is please keep the advocacy points, et cetera, to a minimum. It's not the place for assertions and making a case for something. That is obviously what happens in comments, replies, et cetera. Again, the purpose here is to entertain questions and try to develop the best understanding for everyone that we can while we have everyone in the room. Back to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Nathan. And David, we can go to the next slide. All right, in terms of the outline, again, we have sort of a packed agenda here. So Nathan and I are going through some of the introduction and background. and then we'll get into more of the meaty sections of this, where Nathan, Roderick from E3, and Patrick from our energy resource modeling team will cover the key modeling updates that we've undertaken since February 2023. From there, Nathan will continue on and go over the capacity expansion modeling results, including the proposed PSP or the 25 MMT core portfolio. After that, Neil Raffin from IRP and Behdad Kiani from our ERM team will go over the production cost modeling results and continue on going over the MTR sufficiency analysis and review the 2 petitions for modifications or PFMs that are currently live in the IRP proceeding. Lauren Reiser will take it from there and review the procurement related recommendations that are in the ruling. And Neil will go over the proposed reliability framework from IRP also in the ruling. After that, Jared Ferguson will go over the proposed IRP resource portfolios for the 2024-2025 TPP and end with a review of the initial Busbar mapping results. And with that, Nathan, I think I can turn it over to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Just a little bit more housekeeping. A deck of supplemental information that was referenced on page 25 of the ruling is likely to be posted before the end of the day. It does include mainly data, a lot of resource build charts of the ilk that you're used to seeing from IRP, as well as a little bit of kind of connective material regarding conclusions, et cetera, for information that will be in the record for use in your comments and replies. So we just wanted to flag that for you here, that you might see something before the end of business regarding that, and we might make a couple references to it here, just that you should be going to look for that material should you be interested in the subjects covered there. Otherwise, we can move into background. So this statutory basis slide, I think, shows information that most of you as veteran IRP stakeholders are very familiar with. The key passages that we highlighted here in bold, you're also probably very familiar with. We are of the opinion that these are the things that really drive the format, kind of the time frame of an IRP cycle, which is really dictated by 2 main activities here of identifying a diverse and balanced portfolio of resources that provides optimal integration of renewable energy in a cost-effective manner, and adopting a process for each load-serving entity to file an IRP and to ensure that LSEs do the following. And there's a list of quite a few very important things there that I think should be familiar to all of you. On the next slide, regarding the objectives of IRP, and particularly per the first bullet, we really think that IRP and what we've tried to do here has developed quite a let's call it a process to get ourselves from A to B. And one of the main value adds for it is being able to see across LSE boundaries and what that provides the state in terms of meeting our reliability and GHG goals. And not just now, we know that a lot of IRP's activity, particularly on the procurement front, has been near and medium term orders for new, particularly reliability procurement, but all the way out to 2045, where the GHG story becomes more and more prescient. On the next slide, to orient us, and particularly those that are a little bit newer to IRP, we are currently at step 3 in the IRP process as per this flow chart, which is focused on the creation and the eventual adoption of a preferred system plan. That's really the marquee item in an IRP cycle, which typically takes between 2 and 3 years, the cycle itself. And the activities that go into the development of this item take up the bulk of that cycle, as the folks that work on our side, and particularly the LSEs, will tell you. It's a pretty serious effort. It represents the culmination of thousands of hours of work across those LSEs, staff, consultants, and then the rest of the stakeholder group to get the electric sector on the proper path, both from a planning and procurement perspective. On the next slide, we tried to articulate, what does the preferred system plan inform? And the list is somewhat extensive. So first, LSE planning for next cycle. You have paid enough attention to this IRP cycle, and I would say the last one, to know that the preferred system plan adopted in early 2022 acted as a guide for what LSEs were asked to plan for in this IRP cycle. And we're picturing the same thing to happen with this next IRP cycle. So what we end up adopting here could easily become the set of kind of expectations and the portfolio that we'll use to guide the next IRP process, at least in the planning track. Second, portfolios for the 2024-2025 CAISO TPP, both in terms of a base case and a sensitivity. Third, avoided cost calculator updates that will be happening in 2024, which could flow into multiple notable other processes. We called out NEM here, but there are others. Fourth is gas forecasting in other arenas, particularly the Aliso Canyon proceeding, but again, others are possible. And fifth, the SB 100 analysis that will incorporate the PSP's adopted portfolio and build on it to the extent possible. So on the next slide, we have a bit of a timetable. Again, the ruling was issued a little bit more than 2 weeks ago on October 5th with a lot of accompanying material. Comments are due on November 13th. Replies are due on December 1st. Once we have all that information, we're going to review it. We're also going to be working on mapping and remapping, given that feedback in parallel, in order to meet a mid-February commission meeting deadline. There is only one February meeting on the calendar for 2024, and we are acknowledging our partner CAISO's deadlines for being able to start their own TPP process on time for their 24-25 TPP cycle. And all that means a PD here would need to be circulated likely by late December, early January latest to meet that deadline. Things not on this list, but still important, and maybe we would put on the out of scope list for conversation for the rest of today, but I understand that a couple of them are prescient enough that maybe you do want to touch on them in your questions, but I'll try to get in front of them a couple here. The August 21st of this year scoping memo schedule highlighted a couple other work tracks that aren't on this table. The first is the RCPP, the Renewable Clean Power Procurement Program proposal development, which we hope to have a proposal out before the end of the year on. Second would be more process in dealing with the two petitions for modification that are live in the proceeding on the MTR decision for procurement. Third would be a ruling or similar on the AB 1373 related central procurement entity process for long lead time resources. We know we have to give stakeholders a better idea of what we plan to do given that new legislation. Fourth would be a possible webinar on the development efforts regarding the local reliability tool that we've been working on for more than a year and a half now. And we know stakeholders haven't seen, and a certain segment of the stakeholder community is itching to see. So we still hear you there. We're still working to get that out in public view. I think with that, we can move to the next section.
Thanks, Nathan. And yeah, we'll dive into sort of where the rubber meets the road here in the PSP. So as many of the stakeholders know, and particularly the LSEs were required to submit their filing requirement documents on November 1st, 2022. The plans at their most basic level are how the LSEs tell us how they're planning to procure to meet their assigned GHG and reliability targets. And those plans can also tell us other things about how they're meeting RPS or other state requirements. LSEs also report on other priorities that they have in their plans, such as how they plan to engage with disadvantaged communities or how they plan to meet what's in their procurement plans. These plans are really the vehicle by which the CPUC and stakeholders gain insight into what LSEs are planning for and how they're planning to meet state goals. Within the filing requirements, just broadly, there are three components. The narrative template, which, as I mentioned, could do things like tell us how an LSE might reach out to disadvantaged communities. There's the CSP, or the Clean System Power Calculator, which estimates the GHG and criteria pollutants to ensure that LSEs are meeting their goals. And then the last one is the Resource Data Template, or the RDT. And if David goes to the next slide, we'll dive into that. On the RDT, these are the templates that provide staff an understanding of the complete list of what an LSE is planned to procure or already has contracted with for their procurement. Internally at the CPUC, we evaluate those plans for completeness and consistency to ensure that LSCs accurately reflect what they're planning for. To do that, staff use an RDT error checking tool called Recart, and we work iteratively with the LSCs if we do find errors in the RDTs. Once we have sort of that compiled data, we have an understanding of the energy and capacity currently under contract and what LSCs are planning to contract with in the future. To the extent that there are errors, we did work with the LSCs iteratively. And on the next slide, once we've sort of aggregated these data, the CPUC has the ability to evaluate the sum of all LSC plans against overall electric system needs. The aggregated LSC plans are evaluated both against the reliability and GHG constraints, and we do this while seeking to meet the constraints at the lowest cost to the state's ratepayers. CPUC staff can also use these aggregated plans to identify if there are any planning gaps that might require action by the Commission. The next two slides show the results of what those aggregations look like. This first one is the 25 MMT, and then we also have one on the 30 MMT. The data underlying these next two slides are also available publicly at the CPUC website and are available on the same website where this recording will be. These plans sort of broadly reflect what we'd expect to see in the early years as LSCs are procuring to meet their MTR targets. You can sort of see the large solar storage build out, which is consistent with what we might expect to see as LSCs are filling that position. It's worth noting that both of these plans reflect a future in which LSCs were planning to before D2302-040 was adopted, the supplemental MTR procurement order, which pushed out the long lead time or LLT procurement deadline from 2026 to 2028. So you'll see reflected in these charts that red bar for geothermal in 2026. So some LSCs at that point were planning on meeting that date. Specific to the 2025 MMT plans, LSCs submitted plans to meet their 18.6 MMT and 15 MMT in 2030 and 2035, respectively, which represents the CPUC jurisdictional share of the statewide 30 MMT target by 2030 and 25 MMT target by 2025. All LSCs met these targets, with their plans collectively showing intentions to exceed their proposed GHG requirements. The 2025 MMT portfolios reduced GHG emissions by around 3 million metric tons, below the GHG emissions target. For the 30 MMT plans, LSCs plan to meet their 24.7 and 18.8 million metric ton in 2030 and 2035, respectively. Emissions will be discussed in detail in the production cost modeling section of this presentation. For a little bit more context, we also have more information about how these aggregated plans compared to previous cycles' aggregated plans on the next slide. First, both the 25 and 30 MMT plans appear to be smaller this time around. Some of that is due to some of the resources entering the baseline. Jared will cover that in a later session. Additionally, LSCs are showing a preference for higher capacity factor and duration resources like geothermal and long duration energy storage. And then just briefly, the next slide shows how the resource composition compares for the 2023 or the 25 MMT plan that we're currently discussing, and then the previous cycle's 38 MMT plans. Again, the same dynamics are at play here. LSCs are still planning for quite a bit of battery storage, and then you'll see that the portfolio sizes are slightly different. And I'll wrap it up with some conclusions from what we saw from the LSC plans. Generally, all of the CPUC jurisdictional LSCs met their filing requirements, and staff had to request fewer resubmissions in this cycle compared to previous cycles. We think this is likely due to LSCs being more comfortable and familiar with what we've released and their familiarity with the RDT. Additionally, all LSCs were assigned both the GHG and reliability target. On the reliability target, all LSCs met that requirement and some surpassed it in the plans. Likewise, for the GHG target, all LSCs achieved it in their plans and their assigned benchmarks. Many of them also surpassed their GHG target. Both of these will be addressed in the PCM sections. The 30 MMT and 25 MMT plans were similar in size, indicating that many LSCs submitted portfolios for both sets of targets that were less than or equal to their 25 MMT benchmarks. And lastly, the aggregated plans are explainable in their differences in size due to the growth in resources that have entered the baseline and an LSC preference for high capacity factor duration resources like geothermal and long duration energy storage. And Jared will also cover those portfolio differences later. With that, Nathan, I'm going to turn it back to you and Roderick and Patrick.
We could move to the next slide. So regarding modeling updates since February 2023, the 2021 Preferred System Plan was adopted in February, as I mentioned earlier. It was updated in July 2022 to reflect the latest IPR, and the updated 2021 PSP was used to produce LSC filing requirements for plans from LSCs that were due in November of 2022. The 2021 PSP was used to inform transmission upgrade needs, which were reflected in the 23-24 TPP. On the next slide, we do have some modeling updates since the 23-24 TPP portfolios. If anyone from E3 or the Energy Resource Modeling team wants to jump in here to highlight specific call-outs, by all means. But the punchline here is that the list is pretty long. Since the 23-24 TPP cases were transmitted to CAISO in February of 23, a number of modeling updates have happened. And a lot of these updates are documented in the inputs and assumptions document that's available at the link here. A lot of you took part in the process to update the inputs and assumptions over the course of the last 15 months or so. I think we started in September, October 2022 with an INA modeling advisory group. We had another one in June, and the latest document was posted with the October 5th ruling materials. The key updates here are long. I'm not going to go into each of them. And on the next slide, we have a comparison of baseline and in-development resource updates. So the resource baseline includes both online and in-dev resources, and is an input both to the Resolve and SERVM models. A bit on definitions. So online means the resources that are already built and operating, net of expected retirements. And in development is resources with approved contracts or resources already under construction, which have made sufficient progress towards the expected online dates. Updates to online and in-dev resources are informed by the CAISO master file as of January of this year and the November 1st, 22 LSC filings. For the 2023 proposed PSP, baseline capacity is increased from 76 gigawatts to 82, primarily reflecting additions of new wind, solar, and storage resources. And again, Jared's going to touch on a little bit of related material in his section in the early afternoon. Model generator lists, including both resource baseline and representations of the aggregated LSC plans, are available at the two links at the bottom here. And I think for the next section, key SERVM updates, I can pass to Patrick Young.
Good morning, everyone. This is Patrick Young with the CPUC's Energy Resource Modeling team. Next slide, please. Here summarizes some of the key updates that are more specific to SERVM and related to electric demand and operating cost data. These are relative to the model that was used to inform the 23-24 CAISO transmission planning process, and that deliverable was done in February of 2023. So these are modeling updates since that time. One key update in SERVM was updating the model with the 2022 Energy Commission IRP demand forecast, particularly the planning scenario, peak and energy forecast. We updated hourly demand modifier profiles, including additional achievable energy efficiency. David, could you back up to the prior slide? Thanks. These were drawn directly from the 2022 IRP. I'll just go over the acronyms real quick in case you're not super familiar. Additional energy efficiency, additional achievable fuel substitution, additional achievable transportation electrification, baseline electric vehicles, time of use rates, and behind the meter storage. These are all components that are provided in the Energy Commission's IRP demand forecast, and we use those profiles directly in the SERVM model. The IRP also provides a forecast of behind the meter PV adoption and energy production. And we use the direct values from the IRP by planning area to develop our model inputs. And we calibrated our hourly profiles. As you know, SERVM is a stochastic model, and we have 23 weather years. So behind the meter PV has a distribution, and we calibrated the median of that distribution to align with the same single annual energy forecast by planning area that's provided in the Energy Commission's IRP forecast. We also calibrated the model such that the coincident managed peak, again, the median coincident managed peak for CAISO modeled in SERVM is calibrated to match the single forecasted coincident managed peak in each year modeled. Switching gears, there are some key cost input updates that we did in the SERVM model. That includes updating gas prices and inflating the prices to $2022, and that was based on the Energy Commission's draft 2023 North American market gas model. We also took carbon prices from the 2022 IRP, and those were in $2022, and then imported into the SERVM model. And since we're using $2022, everything else in the SERVM model needs to be in $2022, and so we escalated our hurdle rate and updated our generator variable costs based on the CAISO master file and synced it up to $2022. The next couple of slides just summarize graphically what the demand forecasts look like in terms of peak and energy. This is a comparison of a couple of vintages of the 2021 IRP, so we can see where we've been. And circled in the box on the right is the 2022 IRP forecast that we are using to inform the preferred system plan. The different color bar charts are the years 2026, 2030, and 2035. And if stakeholders recall, last year when we modeled the portfolio that was intended for the 23-24 TPP, we actually used a variant of the 2021 IRP forecast that included additional transportation electrification, and that's why you see that set of bar charts in the middle for comparison. On the next slide, we show a similar bar chart, but that's the managed energy forecast. Nothing more to add here, but we can dwell on this for a few seconds to let you digest the numbers you're looking at. I think that concludes my section, and I think I'll hand it over to Roderick from E3 to discuss more of the detailed update that went into the resolve model, and to the extent that both models have a common set of inputs, such as, generator operating constraints and the demand forecast, and we made our best effort to align both models with the same inputs.
Thanks, Patrick. So just to get started with the resolve updates, we'll start with resource cost updates for the candidates that we were considering for this cycle. And for this section, I'll hand it off to my colleague, Sam Schreiber.
Cool. Thanks, Roderick. And so I'll walk us through some of the resource cost updates, as well as some of the resource potential and availability updates. So first, on the resource cost, some of the key changes we've made to the model since the September 2022 MAG webinar. The first biggest change is we updated all resource costs to the NREL 2023 Annual Technology Baseline, or ATB. Along with that cost update, we've also updated financing costs to reflect current market conditions. But the second key update since the 2023-24 TPP is we've incorporated the new and expanded Inflation Reduction Act IRA tax credits. Some of the key notes of that implementation, the tax incentives for all zero carbon technologies have been extended through 2048, and that assumes that the IRA's guideline of 100% monetization of the tax credits can occur until a 75% reduction in GHG emissions, which we assume to be achieved in 2045, followed by a 3-year step down. For all of the technologies receiving the IRA, we are modeling the bonus incentives, which is the full 30% ITC or $26 per megawatt hour PTC. That production tax credit PTC is now made available to candidate solar resources, and we assume that the PTC is selected in lieu of the ITC. And the ITC is also now made available to candidate storage technologies. That includes lithium-ion batteries, pumped hydro, flow, and emerging storage technologies as well. Some other PTCs are being modeled. These include carbon capture and storage, direct air capture, and also a hydrogen PTC. And these incentives are available for projects that begin construction by 2032. The final major update since previous is we've made additional cost modifications to solar, onshore wind, and lithium-ion batteries. And these changes have been motivated by observations from industry, commodity price increases, supply chain disruptions, and also just surging demand, which is partially fueled by the IRA. And so these modifications, which we'll explore in the following slides, have been made to overnight capital cost trajectories, which will either slow or delay the cost declines reported by ATB. Next slide. So here we have charts by technology showing the updates to resource cost from the 23-24 TPP to what's currently being modeled for the 2023 PSP. So taking these one technology at a time, the first two charts on the left show in-state wind and out-of-state wind. Here, the major driver of cost updates is that the extension of the PTC lowers resource costs through the bulk of the modeling horizon. In the top right for offshore wind, here we've made a major update to the cost inputs. What was shown in the 23-24 TPP came from a 2020 NREL offshore wind study. In the latest 2023 ATB, NREL has recommended use of ATB for offshore wind costs in California. And so that cost update has been made. And so despite the extension of tax incentives for offshore wind, we see that this updated capital cost input has driven an increase to resource cost. Next, for solar, we see that extension of tax credits lowers costs after the late 2020s. For geothermal, that resource is now qualifying for the zero carbon ITC. And so we see some modest cost reductions there. And then finally, for lithium-ion battery storage, we see that since the 23-24 TPP and really the trends we've been observing over the past couple of years now, there's been a major increase to the resource cost for batteries. And this cost, but here is derived from the 2023 NREL ATB, and that'll be a major driver of resource costs going forward. Next slide. So here, it's the same data from previous, but now just showing this stack by technology. On the left, we have the 23-24 TPP, and on the right, we have the latest inputs coming from NREL ATB. The key observations here is that the relative stack of resources is largely unchanged for the solar and wind, but the biggest update here is that offshore wind cost has gone up by about $30 per megawatt hour in the near term. And that's indicative of the cost updates that we've made. Next slide. So some notes on the resource potential updates that have been made to the model. Firstly, for the offshore wind resource potential, we have decided to move forward with the high potential values, which were reported in the June 2022 AB 525 NREL presentation. That assumption uses a 5 megawatts per kilometer squared density factor. On near-term limits for solar, we've updated annual allowances for new builds to constrain the model in the near term from building more solar than is commercially feasible. And that's assumption's been updated to reflect additional demand for new solar after the IRA. We made similar updates in the near term for land-based in-state wind and out-of-state wind. On the resource potential side, we've updated the techno-economic land use screen to reflect a higher capacity factor threshold for in-state wind to reflect the commercial viability of wind resources. And the environmental land use screens have also been updated. These now use the CEC core land use screen, which is available with a link below. And the out-of-state wind resources continue to use the separate WEC land use screen. Assumptions on the first available online year for long lead time resources have also been updated to reflect the best available information.
And if I could pause right there on the previous slide, the second to last bullet, to clear up any potential confusion that there might be regarding the role of land use screens, particularly those provided by the CEC and adopted by them a few months ago, and the assumptions that we're talking about here. Just want to zoom in narrowly on kind of what they do apply to and what they don't apply to. So please have a good look at this. We understand that some of the ruling text could have been construed to say that that their screens apply to more things than they do. So there's more on this in the other slides and that Jared will be presenting later. Thanks.
Thanks, Nathan. Roderick, I'll turn it back over to you for the next slides.
Thanks, Sam. Just going through the rest of the updates. If folks tuned into the INA, a lot of this will look familiar, and a lot of it, as Patrick mentioned, is aligned with the updates that were made to SERVM. We'll start with a couple of the updates. One of the major updates this cycle was updating the transmission constraints and how they're modeled within CAISO. We used the latest CAISO transmission delivery white paper that was published this summer, and the resource potentials that Sam discussed are mapped to various substations within the state, and those substations are then grouped into transmission clusters that are constrained for on and off peak. Some of the updates that are aligned with SERVM are the fuel prices and the SB 100. There's a typo there, but that's okay. And yeah, so let's go. Yeah, 1020. Sorry, SB 1020. Let's keep going to the next slide, and we'll talk about the GHG target, which has been updated from last cycle. The GHG targets have also been renamed. So in the previous cycle, what was called 30 MMT by 2030 is now called 25 MMT by 2035. 38 MMT is now 30 MMT. So hopefully that is something that folks can adjust in the results that we show today. The trajectories are largely the same through 2035, but starting in 2035, the trajectories now reach an 8 MMT target by 2045, whereas in previous cycle that was 12 for CAISO and 15 for the state. We also have some sensitivities that we have modeled that are reaching a 0 MMT by 2045 target. Now we can go to the next slide.
Roderick, actually, if we could pause here, there's some additional detail that kind of gets into policy regarding especially the end year target change that we're talking about here. So thanks for describing kind of the whole trajectory, but regarding the 2045 target, we did present in our June INA modeling advisory group the idea of moving from the 15 MMT or so target from SB 100 to the 8 or so MMT by 2045 that's included in the 2022 CARB scoping plan. And we got some pretty positive comment about it. But again, that was informal, wasn't on the record. So what we want to do is point folks to this and note that it represents a change, that it does affect the portfolio composition by 2045, and that we do have new cases in the supplemental deck that I referenced a few minutes ago that should be posting later today that show comparisons between this and what we would have gotten if we stuck with the 15 MMT in 2045 target that you've previously seen in IRP. So if you're interested in that information and want to use it to inform comments, please do. There are some somewhat significant cost differences, not surprisingly, between using a 15 and an 8 in 2045. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Nathan. Moving on to the next slide, we made some significant updates to the reliability need and resource contribution. So in coordination with the CPUC IRM team using SERVM, we've updated Resolve's reliability accounting to a total reliability need, which switches from an installed capacity accounting methodology to a perfect capacity accounting method. The PRM has still updated, still meets the 0.1 days per year loss of load expectation standard that has historically been used based on SERVM analysis. As well, the PRM percentage that you see in the cases will now be relative to a managed, to a gross peak rather than what in previous cycles was the managed peak from CEC. In terms of resource contributions, the ELCCs used in Resolve have all been updated from previous cycles. So we have updated solar storage, in-state, out-of-state wind, and offshore wind ELCCs, as well as a representation of demand response, both shift and shed, and longer duration storage ELCCs. So representing a wider range of technology options and their contribution to meeting the PRM. And if we go to the next slide, this is a lot of the same material that Patrick discussed about the SERVM updates. We have updated load forecasts from the CEC. Here you can sort of see that visual of the 2021 ATE versus the 2022 IRP planning scenario. So that you will see some sensitivities that use the ATE sensitivity, but the cases that we will talk about today are using that 2022 IRP planning scenario forecast. And finally, if we go to the last slide in this section, the Resolve sample days have been updated. So we have now been using this, we're now using the same 23 weather years of load, renewables, hydro generation data that Patrick discussed from SERVM. So those are now better aligned than in previous cycles. Resolve still uses a clustering methodology to reduce the the size of the number of days that we need to represent in resolve while still capturing sort of the weighted average expectation of operations and operational costs to inform investments. A new feature that will be used in some of the sensitivities that are not discussed today is the ability to capture multi-day energy shifting needs, such as for longer duration storage or other energy shifting technologies. So the map on the right is sort of intended to show that the 36 sample days that are selected have a sequence to them. And so those are sort of the best representation of the whole chronology of the 23 years. And that gives the model the extra piece of information to say how much energy needs to be shifted on an interday, multi-day, or seasonal basis, which will become more apparent in some of the emerging technology sensitivities that are to come in the future supplemental deck. And that's the end of the section for us, and we'll hand it back over to Nathan.
Thanks, Roderick. So for the next section, we're going to go over capacity expansion modeling, particularly some key concepts first, and then some of the actual modeling results that pertain to the cases that we considered for the proposed PSP, as well as a few of the sensitivities. So we move ahead one more slide. Conceptually, there are at least 3 types of portfolios that we think we can analyze in IRP. They're listed here as least cost optimized, LSC plans, and resource limitations. And we don't perceive them to be mutually exclusive. For example, the core portfolios that we present today are primarily of number 2, LSC plans, but have elements of number 1 and number 3. Similarly, the least cost portfolios that we'll get into in a few minutes are primarily, but not exclusively, driven by number 1. And it's possible that there's other factors that we should add to this list, but we bring it up here because the purpose of these case types could be different across each. And depending on your use case for them, you might choose different mixes of these types, which could be important for decision making on what portfolio to eventually adopt. So we do ask folks to kind of think about things through this lens in comments when making recommendations about what portfolio to try to adopt and which not to. On the next slide, and to confuse you even further, there's many different types of analysis that one can perform to inform decision making in electricity planning. And particularly for a PSP like we're trying to propose here. And then the other actions that might flow from it. This section focuses on the cases listed in the bottom half of this table, so the bottom 4 for the next 10, 15 slides, which are the LSC plans and resolve cases. But the other case types are very important, and you're going to see more about them a little bit later this morning, where we focus on other things like how did just the LSC plans look like, or what sort of reliability determination should we be making about the first few years of the planning horizon. There's a key in the right-hand column that does apply to how these rows should be used in interpreting the different cases in the October 5th ruling package. So please use that if you find yourself getting a little bit confused on what baseline only versus baseline plus LSC plans means as you're sifting through those voluminous slides that we published a couple weeks ago. And moving ahead to the proposed preferred system plan and the 25 MMT core portfolio. Going to hand things off to Aaron Burdick from E3 in a second, but just to remind folks what core means. Core is a reflection of both the LSC plans that we received on November 1st of last year and information provided to supplement those cases by Resolve itself. Aaron?
Okay, thank you, Nathan. Good morning, everyone. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this just tees up the cases that we'll start with today, which are the core portfolios. Nathan described those a second ago. So again, these are portfolios whereby we're modeling the CAISO system resource needs to meet reliability and clean energy targets while accounting for the load serving entity plans that were filed. So we model the load serving entity plans as minimum build constraints within Resolve, and then Resolve is able to determine if additional resources are needed on top of those plans to meet reliability or clean energy targets. Next slide, please. So we'll start today with the 25 MMT core case, which is the proposed preferred system portfolio in the CPUC's ruling. And here we're looking at the portfolio results from 2024 through 2035. So similar to past IRP portfolios, we do see the primary resources that are growing in this timeframe are solar and battery storage capacity, shown in orange and purple. We do see in the lighter purple a wedge of long duration storage, primarily 8-hour batteries. Those are selected to meet the MTR long duration storage requirement in 2028 within LSE plans. And then moving on to wind, we see in blue here, there are 3 different categories of wind: in-state, out-of-state, and offshore wind. All 3 types of wind are included in the LSE plans. So you can see through 2030, there's growth in in-state wind and out-of-state wind. And then 2032 through 2035, we see offshore wind that was included in the LSE plans. On the bottom of the stack, we do also see geothermal that was selected. You can see that coming in 2028 to meet the firm renewables requirement within the MTR order. And below 0 on the y-axis, we're showing the gas capacity that Resolve chose to not retain. And you can see that is around 2 gigawatts starting in the near term. That is essentially allowed by the build that the LSEs are planning for in their plans. So that build includes resources for MTR. It actually goes a bit beyond MTR in the new resource additions, particularly storage that are added. And that additional capacity creates capacity surplus, whereby Resolve can economically, if it finds that it's not economic to retain a small amount of gas, so 2 gigawatts. Next slide, please. So in this chart, we're taking that same portfolio, but we're slicing it with this black line between the resources that were included in load serving entity plans, shown below the black line, and then the resources that Resolve selected on top of those plans, shown above the black lines. We also have added years beyond 2035, 2039, 2040, and 2045. So if we kind of march through time on this chart, looking at that black line, we can see Resolve builds a small amount of additional solar in the near term. And then in 2028, the plans don't require any topping up in Resolve, but 2030 through 2035, we do see that there is an additional resource need to meet greenhouse gas reduction targets. And Resolve is primarily building wind to do so on top of the resources included in the LSE plans. That's in part driven by the fact that we are modeling in Resolve the 2022 IPER load forecast, and the LSE plans use the 2021 IPER load forecast, and the divergence between those two starts after 2030 with higher electrification. So there's more load, and Resolve has to build more resources to meet that load without increasing greenhouse gas emissions. After 2035, because that was the final year for the load serving entity plans this cycle, there is a large resource need. So you can see a lot of resources getting built above that black line for reliability and greenhouse gas reduction. And that's a combination of in-state, out-of-state wind, solar, and longer duration storage. Next slide, please. So now we'll move on to the least cost portfolios. So the least cost portfolios are what we sort of previously in IRP cycles have called the reference system plans. So these are portfolios that do not include any minimum build requirements associated with the LSE planned resources. Instead, we're just allowing Resolve to, based on its least cost optimization, meet the reliability, GHG, and clean energy targets. So the 25 MMT least cost scenario, so this is the same greenhouse gas target we were looking at in the core case, but now we're not including the LSE plans. So in general, the portfolios are similar in the sense that they include a lot of solar and battery capacity growing over time. So you can see that same trend here as we saw on the previous slide. In terms of the wind, we see primarily in-state and out-of-state wind selected, and we actually, in the least cost case, don't see any offshore wind being selected. And that's driven by the changes that Sam was mentioning earlier to the offshore wind costs. So in this vintage of inputs and assumptions, the offshore wind costs have increased significantly. And based on that, Resolve is not picking offshore wind in these cases. The gas story, so here we're not seeing any changes below the zero in the y-axis, meaning that through 2035, Resolve is not is choosing to retain all of the gas capacity. As noted in the box here, there is some gas capacity that is assumed to retire, so the ones through cooling plants at the end of 2023. And there is a phase out of the combined heat and power resources in the 2030s. But beyond those, Resolve is choosing, as part of the least cost economic optimization, to retain the gas for long-term reliability needs. In part, that's driven by the fact that this portfolio includes less battery storage than the LSE portfolio. So as I noted earlier, the LSE plans actually over-comply with the MTR towards the end of this decade, and that enables some of the gas fleet to be not retained. So in these cases, there's less storage, and therefore Resolve sees the need as part of the least cost solution to retain that gas. There's a small amount of gas that's not retained through by 2045, not shown on this chart here, that you can see if you look at the detailed results. Next slide, please. So this is the 30 MMT least cost case. The axis changed slightly here on the graph versus the last graph. But the portfolio is fairly similar, so there are some small changes in terms of resources built, but in general, it is a similar portfolio, just a little bit less resources. So by 2035, there's about 5 gigawatts less resources. And one thing just to note here that I did not note on the previous slide. So after 2030, in the least cost cases, we see that there is a move from building shorter duration batteries to building long duration storage. So that's shown in the light purple wedge. So we see that both in the 30 MMT least cost as well as the 25 MMT least cost. And that's driven by the inputs to Resolve that reflect the saturation of shorter duration battery storage built out in this decade, and therefore the increasing additional effective load carrying capability that can be achieved through installing longer duration batteries. So with that, hand it back to Nathan.
Thanks very much, Aaron. So for the next couple slides, we're going to go over some scenarios and sensitivities that we published on the 5th. Along with the 4 main cases from that package on the 5th, and we can move to the next slide, there are also about a dozen sensitivities. So the 4 main cases, as a refresher, are the core and least cost versions of both the 25 and 30 MMT cases by 2035. And then the sensitivities are listed here in gray, each with a short description over on the right-hand side to help you delineate between them while going over this info. Just another plug that there are more sensitivities coming. They are not listed in this slide. They might not be as, call it, central to consideration of the proposed PSP. That is part of why they are part of a supplemental set of information and weren't included 2 weeks ago. But they still might be important in consideration of what we should be doing in the PD and afterwards. So we're going to point you to them again. On the next slide, there is a comparison of all the sensitivity cases in 2035. And some trends that jump out at me are, first, across most of them, general similarities in resource builds, but then obviously some big differences depending on what assumptions you use. And the story for particular resource types can change somewhat dramatically depending on those assumptions. A question just regarding reading the charts. You're all used to, I think by now, the light gray underneath the x-axis, meaning gas not retained economically by the model. So basically the model's decision to not retain gas for Kaiser ratepayers. There is a different color showing up here as kind of a light orange. In other versions of the slides, it shows up as kind of a pink underneath the x-axis that relates to gas not retained manually. So not a decision that the model made economically not retain, but made manually for, say, policy reasons to create things like the gas sensitivity cases that we'll discuss a little bit later that we propose for use in the next TPP cycle. On the next slide, we start burrowing in to the gas retirement sensitivities that we produced. 2 were considered as a proposed TPP sensitivity. We chose to propose the high gas retirement one, which does show substantially higher costs than the moderate gas retirement one, which you can see in the lower left. But we believe it's useful to study the next TPP because of largely the informational benefit that we'll get from studying more retirements and what is needed, both transmission and otherwise, to get to that future, should it be the one that the state chooses to move to eventually, that can be used in planning processes such as ours, eventual procurement, et cetera. And all of that will be covered in more depth later today. I know that Jared has been very popular in callouts so far during this first hour of the workshop. Jared, I hope you're ready for all the expectations once you flip on a little later. I think with that, we can pause. I'd like to take a moment to see if there are any verbal questions. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. So if anyone has not been able to get their question in the chat, but does want to verbalize something, we can, I think, open up for 2-3 minutes here to accommodate that.
Mary Neal, Mary Neal, you're on.
I wanted to chat about the gas capacity and how that was modeled for the LSC aggregation, because there was discussion in the ruling about gas not contracted and not being included. But I'm curious as to how that was determined. Like, did you look at the generic gas resources included in the reliability portfolios in the IRP filings at all to be able to do that, or
Mary, it's a good
I'm just-
question. If someone has answer top of head, please, by all means. Otherwise, Mary, it might be easiest if we actually just repeated your question in the Q&A, because the chat does have to turn into a written record for people anyhow.
Okay. And then I had a related question was I believe that there was this gas not contracted, but then some was added back into the portfolio. But I just couldn't find a good reference as to how much was added back. So I put that into the Q&A, but I hadn't seen a response. So
We'll prioritize getting an answer there.
that would be helpful.
Good question, Mary. Thank you.
And I have one question on the SERVM, the ruling. It said that it updated SERVM somehow by adding the requirements of the existing commission procurement orders. I'm just not sure what that meant.
Hey, morning, folks. It's Neil Rathman here. I agree that that's a little bit fuzzy, and maybe we can circle back to that once we presented the SERVM section of this.
So later. Okay, I can pull that for later.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have now.
Pushkar. You're on.
Wagley from Flynn Resource Consultants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a quick question on the offshore wind. Basically, that's a sort of dramatic change that we see from the past portfolios, and it's sort of capped at 4.5 gigawatt through 2045. What sort of implications are those, based on the last year's portfolio, for instance, or in terms of the breakdown? Should I just wait to see what sort of breakdown you're recommending based on the Busbar mapping for Humboldt Bay, North Coast versus Central Coast?
To your point, I think on the latter question, especially, yeah, you might want to wait for Busbar mapping results to evolve a bit.
Okay.
But you're right, and I just want, regarding your previous point of, in some of the cases there's a significant difference. I just do want to draw the distinction for everyone that in the core portfolios, the 25 MMT core that we're proposing as the PSP itself, there is still offshore wind. Pushkar, you used the term cap. I think I understand that to mean that's just the max amount that you saw in the portfolio that you're talking about.
Yeah, I did not mean that you artificially capped it or anything. It's just based on the least cost metric that this time it has selected, significantly lower amount of offshore wind than what we have seen in the past, or what we see in the CEC 2045 trajectory case that CAISO is using, for instance, for the 20-year outlook update.
Right. And so Pushkar, there, I think you probably do understand the reasons, at least in terms of modeling assumptions, of why that story exists here in terms of new offshore wind costs and changes to assumptions about other resources and their availability, et cetera. But you do bring up an interesting policy question that we will have to wrangle with by the time we get to the PD of, so what does it mean if we're proposing a portfolio that say includes a different amount of offshore wind or in different locations than a case that we've already transmitted to CAISO as a base?
Exactly.
So, yeah, we look forward to your comment there.
Will do. Thanks, Nathan. That's all I have.
One more, Steve. You're on.
Steve, you might still be muted. Okay, I think we'll have to move on. Steve, we couldn't hear you. If you could put your question in the chat, and if you can't reach that function, please maybe just email us and we'll try to work with it. Otherwise, I think we can move on to the next section.
Okay, good morning, folks. Neil Rathman, an analyst on the IRP team. Okay, so now we're shifting to production cost modeling, PCM. And so you've heard from my colleagues about LSE plans and resolve runs. And we're essentially talking now here about both of those and reliability and emissions analysis, but using SERVM, the production cost model that we use here at the CPUC. So on the next slide, we illustrate the sort of logic behind the analysis we've conducted. To orient you, the y-axis is essentially the reliability of a portfolio of resources. And then in green text, as we move across, is the analytical question that we need our studies to answer at each step. So essentially, we're asking if system reliability is being met. And what that means is whether or not the reliability standard of 0.1 loss of load expectation or 1 day in 10 years, whether or not that's being met. Okay, so starting on the left, we've got the PSP baseline. We then we look at in green, to what extent is the MTR, midterm reliability order, already being procured for within the PSP baseline, and to what extent remains to be procured above the PSP baseline. And then we've got the LLC planning in yellow there, and then the use of resolve, as has been explained, and then various gas capacity retirement scenarios. So the PSP portfolios that have been considered in the ruling contain all of these elements. They must do, from baseline through to resolve and potentially different gas retirement pathways. And so my colleague Bedad on the energy resource modeling team and I are going to present to you now, focusing on the yellow and the brown parts of this chart. I do note the detailed slides that were posted to accompany the ruling, and the ruling itself. Actually, no, the slides I would point you to if you're looking for each of these elements of this chart in the order that they're shown here. But for now, we're going to go straight to the yellow and look at the reliability and emissions of the LLC plans. Okay, so in this section, we're going to recap what reliability requirements were LLCs required to meet in their plans last year. We'll show that all LLCs showed over compliance with those requirements, which was a marginally LCC-based approach. We'll look at the resource types in the LLC plans as compared to the PSP baseline. We'll see how LLC plans are over complying from what we can tell with the MTR order by 2028, essentially by selecting more new resources than have been ordered. And then we're going to look at the reliability results of the LLC plans without gas retirements, and then with the unplanned for gas assumed to retire. And we'll draw some conclusions about the reliability and emissions of LLC plans, which lead us on to the use of resolve in the next section. It's been well described, the two sets of plans LLCs were required to submit. And so just want to emphasize here, this was the first IRP cycle where, as part of those plans, LLCs were set reliability requirements to meet. And those are summarized in this second bullet here. So LLCs were each set their own individual reliability requirement by year to meet. It was in terms of a marginal reliability need. And they were also provided resource accreditation metrics to use. So those were marginally LCCs by resource type for all resource types by year. And then LLCs showed their plans reliability via filling in their resource data template, RDT. And on the next slide, just a bit of background about the marginal LCC planning framework used there behind the LLC filing requirements. Step one was choosing an appropriate forecast resource portfolio, and then calculating and finding where the loss of load risk periods lie in that. So step one there, it's commonly known in our industry, and as found again using SurvEM last year, the loss of load risk hours are when the net load is peaking. So that's meaning net load, meaning the load left over after what's been served by the contribution from non-firm renewables. So what portion of the load is being served by firm resources? where that peaks is where we're finding the highest risk for reliability. These are in the early evening hours in late summer. Step 2 then is actually calculating what that need is and allocating it to the LSCs. And for the 2022 filing requirements, we use the LSC's share of the IRP single hour managed peak, but there are more robust approaches we could take in future. And then step 3, calculating the resource, each resource's marginal ELCCs, and then applying those in the plans. And we'll touch on these concepts at the end when we take a step back and look at the reliability framework that's been proposed in the ruling. And we could go back to talk about this chart in more detail if there's time. So please call that out if that's of value later on. And then on the next slide is a snapshot of that of how we set each load serving entity's reliability need last year. So this is an example, a snapshot of a portion of the resource data template. And there's a link at the bottom there for more detail, and we had a webinar on it last year. So details are available on the IRP website. And again, we could talk through this more at the end if there's time, but it has been pretty well covered earlier in this cycle. But again, please say if there's value. And then, so that was the reliability need piece. The next slide shows the resource counting that we required LSCs to use. So this slide shows the marginal ELCCs applicable for LSCs 30 MMT plans. A slightly different set was used for their 25 MMT plans because marginal ELCCs are specific to a particular forecast portfolio. And yeah, if you recall the stat column chart from a couple of slides ago, these percentages are the expected reliability contribution of each resource type during the loss of load risk hours. Again, more detail at the linked document on this slide and from our webinar last year. So then, did the LSCs meet their reliability requirements? On the next slide, and as Sarah and others have said, yes, they did. Each staff checked each of their resource data templates, and each LSC individually met the reliability requirement set. The charts here show the aggregated resource data templates grouped into the 3 types of LSC. So these charts cover the full planning horizon that LSCs plan for. And on the y-axis, we've got ELCC megawatts or perfect capacity megawatts. And the bold line across the top of each one is the reliability need in aggregate for that type of load serving entity. And then each stack column shows how their planned or contracted resources built up to meet the needs. So the darkest blue at the bottom is online resources that LSCs were currently contracted with at the time of their plan filing. The lighter shade of blue are planned use of existing resources that the LSCs had in their plan, so not currently contracted at the time of the LSC plan filing, but planned to do so in future. The yellow are those resources not yet online at the time of the plan filing, but contracted to be. And then the orange are the planned new resources. So no contracts in place, but LSCs showing their planning to do so in future with new resources. So one takeaway on this is that final bullet that there isn't actually, 2024 aside, 2025 onwards, there isn't a big difference between the LSC types in terms of the amount of existing contracts they hold with online reliable capacity relative to their reliability need. So that's a summary of the reliability filing requirements for LSC plans. And now I'm turning to Baydad to go through our production cost modeling of these aggregated plans.
Morning, everyone. My name is Baydad Kiani, Senior Analyst with Energy Resource Modeling Team. from here, I'm explaining would be presenting the survey results. We have a scenario, two scenario descriptions here on the left column, and what's the use cases for these scenarios on the right column. If you look at the left column, the first one, we have updated resource baseline for up to January 2023, and we have the 25 and 30 MMT portfolios that as of November 2022 LSC plans, which shows the in development resource added to the baseline, and in review and planned new resources are considered above baseline. So going on, we have this 2021 IPER mid-case managed electric demand forecast in the first scenario, which they are considering with and without additional gas retirements being announced. So the use for this IPER 21 was to evaluate the effectiveness of reliability filing compared to the LSC plans and comparison to other studies. But the 2020 IPER planning case scenario is used for the consideration as of the 2023 PSP portfolio. We also considered this 2022 IPER for the TPP process, and is a basis for several sensitivity studies that we would show you going on. Next slide, please. So here I'm showing the 25 MMT aggregated LSC plans by resource type. You see that the first column are the resources, and we are showing from 2024 to 2035 for no and unannounced retirements and additional retired scenarios. So no unannounced retirements are thermal units retained unless retirement announced by CAISO or generator owner. Like OTC SIM units assumed to go offline by 2023, and Diablo Canyon assumed to go offline in 24-25, and no further retirements. However, additional retirements are those that individual thermal units removed if not specifically quantified as contracted or planned for resources in the LSC plans. So if you look at the resources, you can see that the staff have aggregated other resources in LSC plans. That means existing contracted, existing planned to be contracted, in development, under review, and planned new. And as I mentioned, the additional retired, you can see that the most removed units are the CC, Cogen, and CT categories. Now, if we compare this with the next slide, which shows the 30 MMT, we see that it's also same portfolio almost. Some differences in renewables because of the difference in the GHGs. But here also you can see for the years 2024, 26, 30, and 35. And 24 is only showing no unannounced retirements because there is no actual retirement for 24, of course. So next slide, please. Here Neil is going to explain the MTR versus the aggregated LSC plans.
Yes, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, here we show staff's analysis of how the LSCs appear to be planning relative to the midterm reliability order. Now, I'll just note that this isn't MTR compliance level analysis. That is done off the MTR specific filings, the most recent one being on the 1st of August. But rather, this is based on the filtering we did on the aggregated LSC plans, filed in November last year. So the top table here shows what appear to be MTR eligible resources and LSC plans that are on top of the baseline, recalling that plan versus contracted distinction I was talking through before with the stack columns. And the middle table then converts that to ELCC megawatts, from nameplate to ELCC megawatts. And then at the bottom, we compare the baseline plus planned MTR procurement with the MTR ordered amounts. And overall, our estimate of the over procurement is that 558 megawatt NQC figure by 2028. And we can see it's the long lead time resources that are accounting for this. We've got an estimate here of 661 megawatts NQC of long duration storage in excess of the requirement for that within the MTR order, and around 300 megawatts estimated excess clean firm as well. So, we conclude that LSE plans are over complying with the MTR order by 2028 by selecting more new resources than ordered. But back to Bedard.
I was muted. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, here we are showing the results for the LSE plan scenarios 2022 IPER. So as I explained, we had the 20 and 30 MMT portfolios, which were aggregated from November 2022 LSE plans. We have the 2022 planning scenario electric demand managed forecast. And we have these two alternative scenarios, as I explained, which are, again, LSE plans, but one is no unannounced retirement and the other one is additional retirement. So if you look at the table here, we are showing for all these years that I showed you the resources in the previous slide, I'm showing you the loss of load expectation for these years. And if, as you see on the first row, or the first few rows is for the 25 MMT, for the last 3 rows is for the 30 MMT. For the 25 MMT, the loss of load is all below 0.1. They are over reliable, except for 2035, the last column that you see there's a red, it's 0.338. So that shows an unreliable or above 0.1. And that's because the LSE uncontracted gas retirements create an unreliable system in that year. You see that also for this happens also for 30 MMT, also shows an unreliable in 2035 for additional retirement scenario. If you look at the GHG or the emissions that are shown in the second row, for each scenario, you can see that there are that the GHG may not be reduced when gas plants retired without replacement clean energy and capacity, and that's because of increased import and increased use of remaining CAISO gas units that should replace those retired units. Going to the next slide. Yeah. You see that we have the results for the scenarios related to 2021 IPER that we ran survey for it. Again, for 25 MMT and 30 MMT. This time is IPER 2021. And the additional retirement scenario was only simulated for 25 MMT LSE plants here. You see for the 30, it's gray area, so we didn't do that simulation for the 30. In 2034, there were no additional retirements driven by lack of LSE contracting for existing gas plants. Again, here you see that all the years, the loss of load, it's much lower than 0.5. That means the system found reliable in CERVEM consistent with LSE over compliance with reliability filing requirements. Here you see that GHG may not be reduced when gas plants retire without replacement clean energy and capacity, again, because increased import and increased use of remaining CAISO gas units would replace the retired gas, and that's why we don't see the GHG decrease much. I think we go from this slide, we would ask Neil to continue for the results, please.
Right, so focusing here on the results of our SERVM analysis of LSE planned GHG emissions in particular, firstly. So the previous slide showed that the LSE planned portfolios don't meet the GHG targets when studied in SERVM. They did with respect to their filings and the templates they're required to fill in. But when we run them through SERVM, they don't meet the targets. And we're starting to see two main reasons for this. The 2022 IPA has a higher load in 2035 than the 2021 IPA vintage. Clearly, that's a driver. But even allowing for this, we can see from our run in SERVM using the 2021 IPA that Vedat has presented, that the 25 MMT portfolio has around 33 millimetric ton statewide emissions. And so our thinking is this appears to be due to the aggregate plans lacking clean resources to account for the around 14% of CAISO managed load attributed to the non-jurisdictional entities. So that means that when we run SERVM, it dispatches more in-state gas generation or unspecified imports to meet that unplanned for load by the CPUC jurisdictional LSEs. So then to conclude our analysis of the LSE plans, and of course the baseline within, just emphasizing again, this is the first IRP cycle where LSEs were assigned reliability filing requirements, and they met their filing requirements for reliability. Point 3, LSE plans showed more reliability resources than needed for the MTR order alone from 2025 onwards, and their plans show reducing reliance on the existing gas fleet over time. If the existing gas is retained, except for the announced retirements, LSE plans are reliable in SERVM. But onto the fifth point, when using the 2022 IPA and assuming existing gas capacity retired in line with the amounts that LSEs didn't collectively plan for, the system is unreliable by 2035. There's little impact on GHG though, with those compared to before those additional retirements. And then when using the 2021 IPA, which is what LSEs planned for, and assuming the same amount of gas retirements, our SERVM study found the system reliable through 2035. So this appears to show that the LSE reliability filing requirements worked reasonably well. In other words, the resource data template translation last year of probabilistic findings we made in SERVM, when put through the LSE planning process and then aggregated back and put through SERVM back into a probabilistic study this year, produced expected results. And then onto the second to last bullet, CPUC jurisdictional LSEs met their assigned GHG targets. This is what I was just saying on the prior slide, based on the 2021 IPA. When we aggregate the plans and run them in SERVM, however, they emit more than the targets essentially because the non-jurisdictional entities plans are not counted for. And then if SERVM is run with the 2022 IPA, the excess emissions increase because of the high load forecast. Okay, so that sets us up for using Resolve now, and we turn to that in the next section. So the use of Resolve to top off the aggregated portfolios, whether for emissions reduction or reliability. The first slide of this section shows how we use SERVM and Resolves in tandem. So firstly, starting with the green box on the left, we need to ground Resolve's reliability need and resource counting metrics in loss of load modeling in SERVM. So that's that green box on the left. From that work in SERVM, we find the total reliability need. I know that it's independent of the resource mix. And we also find the ELCC curves and surfaces needed, which map out the resource counting to use over a very expansive range of potential future resource mixes. So quite different to the more limited set of ELCCs, LSEs needed to plan for which was anchored around a particular forecast portfolio. The set of ELCC values here I'm talking about are expressed through curves and the solar storage surface. Okay, so then we use that to update and run Resolve. That's the blue box there, and Resolve then attempts to build a portfolio that meets the reliability requirement or the reliability standard of 0.1 loss of load expectation. We then check in ServM whether it did or not. And in this cycle, we found we needed to calibrate through a couple of iterations on reliability, which are detailed at the bottom of this slide, until we found Resolve building portfolios that met that 0.1 loss of load expectation. And then looking beyond reliability relationship on the next slide, looking at the broader relationship between the two models, Nathan described the core and the least cost portfolio as well. Just recapping, core means LSE plans included, least cost meaning just Resolve alone planning. So then we needed to take those those both resulted in expressions of portfolios in Resolve, and we needed to take those and translate them into ServM and then run ServM. And so this slide also describes the calibration we went through, not just about reliability, but also regarding emissions and trying to align the two models' estimates of GHG emissions, aligning them as closely as possible. The final step in ServM modeling is estimating a portfolio's emissions other than greenhouse gases, including SOx and NOx. And the results of that work are being posted to our website in the supplemental slide deck Nathan mentioned earlier, later today. So this is an overview of capacity expansion modeling information presented earlier. To just keep this in mind as we talk through now the core and least cost portfolios, just keep in mind how they differ in terms of resource mix, as Bedad presents the ServM results for these shortly. The slide that follows that is focused on the core cases in particular. Next slide, please, David, because this one's focusing, what did Resolve need to do specifically to top up the LSE planning? And this is highlighting the resource differences between what the LSE's planned for and then what Resolve found was needed. I think just to call out here, basically Resolve's adding capacity to address that GHG gap we were describing in the prior section. And it's also choosing to retain more capacity, more existing capacity than the LSE plans plan for. So that piece of this is not shown in this chart. So yeah, keep that in mind as we step through the next part, and I'll hand back to Bedad on the results of running these portfolios through ServM.
Thank you, Neil. Next slide, please. So here I'm showing the reliability and GHG results for the ServM. We are comparing the results with Resolve. And this slide is showing the 25 MMT core case, which the first row is showing that all the years are over reliable. The loss of load is much lower than 0.1. We see that there are emissions that are compared with Resolve. Resolve in 2026 shows you 35.1 GHGs and MMT GHGs, and ServM is showing 38.9. There's 3.8 MMT difference in 2026. And as you go along to 2035, you see there are some discrepancies between the emissions between the two models that we would discuss this on the future slides, what's behind this. If you go to the next slide, You can see the same results. This time, instead of the core, we are seeing the least cost scenarios that are compared with resolve. The least cost scenarios are also over reliable, and in 2035, it's almost near to 0.1. And here that we see that when the resolve is running for a least cost study, it is actually providing us near 0.1 reliability, which is our goal for 2035. And it might be more reliable in this previous two periods because they are following the LSC plans on those days. There are some constraints that makes it over reliable. So here also we have some GHG emission differences between 3.4 and 6.3, and the differences in the least cost is more than the core, and we would describe later in the slides what might be the reason. So if you go to the next slide, please. We also, as an output, we also produce heat maps. This heat map is showing the conserved energy for 2035 for one of the cases, which is a least cost, 25 MT least cost. So you see that for 2035, the highest unexpected energy is happening where there's a red color. Between hours ending 19 and 20 in months July, August, and September during these hours of managed peak. And small amount of conserved energy is happening in December, and this pattern is similar in other study years across both portfolios, true with less loss of load in 2026 and 2030, which of course these numbers would be smaller for those years. Next slide, please. In these slides, we are showing the reliability results, how the core 25 MMT scenario and the least cost 25 MMT scenario. The core 25 MMT scenario is over reliable, related to 0.1 days per year in all the 3 study years. And this is driven by MTR LSC over procurement above MTR and reserve selection of additional GHG-free resources and retention of more gas plants than LSC plants assumed. And survey analysis validates reserve results that show the PRM not binding. You see that they're in the white area, which shows not binding, and the green area and the orange area shows that the constraints are binding in resolve. So for the core 25 MMT, you see 26 and 2030 and 2035. They are non-binding, so they are also over reliable. For the least cost scenarios down here, you see that resolve is not binding in 26 and 30, but it's binding in 35, and that shows us why 35 has achieved a 0.1 loss of load, which is compatible with the CERVEM results. Next slide, please. So Neil will explain this slide. Thank you. Or is it the next slide? Okay, can you go back one slide? I think that was also my slide. Yeah. So I explained we are going to show you the greenhouse gas emission results. So CERVEM GHG results for Kaiser are significantly higher than resolve results, approximately something between 3 to 6 MMT per year, depending on that year or portfolio. Drivers for this may relate to differences between the reserve representative of days hours profile and CERVEM, which has a full 23 weather year hourly profiles. They have a different structure in their modeling framework. We have Also, other reasons might be the higher behind the meter PV generation in Resolve, slightly higher storage usage and clean energy generation in Resolve, higher curtailment in Servem, higher annual energy demand being made in Servem than Resolve, and some other drives that was lower biomass generation in Servem, and different CHP or cogen heat rates between the models, differences in the dispatch, mix in-state gas plant types, and use of unspecified imports. So we are continuing to look into these drivers and try to close a gap between the GHG between the two models. And next slide, Neil would explain more what's happening. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Beta. Good teamwork going on here. Yeah, so this one is that waterfall chart I presented earlier, but now, that was illustrative, and now trying to actually anchor that in real numbers that we found through these studies. So again, this is, we presented here so far on the yellow, the LSE planned, and the resolve piece of this. This is basically from the middle of the chart to the right. So the numbers that Beta has been presenting really sort of show out here now in terms of PCAP megawatts. We'll get to the baseline and the MTR ordered pieces shortly, but nevertheless, just walking through left to right, baseline and MTR ordered amounts we'll get to shortly. That yellow is that LSE planning beyond the midterm reliability requirements. And sorry, I should say this is focused on the year 2026. So yeah, keep that in mind, please. These numbers are focused on that year. And so that 4,400 megawatts PCAP shown next to the yellow, that's basically indicating to what extent the LSE's plans in aggregate are over reliable beyond the 0.1 loss of load expectation. Before we consider the existing gas that was not included in LSE plans, okay? So that 4,400 megawatts, it's the first time we mentioned that number here, but it's basically directly based off the respective loss of load expectation result Beta presented earlier. If you tune back to 0.1, you end up needing to remove 4,400 megawatts of perfect capacity. That's how we estimate that. And then the black part here is showing, okay, what about those existing gas units or the volume of those existing gas units that the LSEs didn't include in their plans? We can see the difference that makes to the plan's surplus above the reliability standard. And then finally, the grey and the purple, that's where Resolve comes in here. So the grey is essentially using Resolve's economic retention function with respect to gas generation. So Resolve's finding the need to, rather than retire the amount of gas implied by the LSE plans in black, retire a smaller amount. So I think this gets at Mary Neal's earlier question, at least in part. And then meanwhile, Resolve is also popping up what the LSE's planned for with about an extra 1 gigawatt nameplate of solar by 2026, over and above what the LSE plans show. And so the 3,100 megawatt PCAP there is an estimate once you take into all those things into account of how in excess the core portfolio is above the 0.1 loss of load expectation standard. So hopefully that really helps folks follow the story along all these different pieces of analysis. And I'll turn back to Beta to conclude this section.
Thank you, Neil. So next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the conclusions. We have the potential PSP portfolios, staff studies, the result portfolios in Servem to check the portfolios against GHG and loss of load metrics. Using the 23 weather year data set in SERVM, regarding reliability, you see that both the least cost and core portfolios are reliable. All of them are below 0.1 through 2035. However, in 2035, it's approaching 0.1. These dynamics are consistent with the dynamics of the result model for the same scenarios. For the GHG emissions, there are some differences between the resolve and the SERVM modeling portfolios that in GHG emissions are exceeding in SERVM than the resolve for all the years. So we have done significant calibration between the models in this cycle, but still there are some lingering differences between them that we are still doing reconciliation between them. We will continue to explore these differences. The range of results is still reasonable considering the uncertainties involved in running these huge models. So next slide, please. So here we are going to start a new section and the analysis related to MTR procurement sufficiency and the petition for modification. Next slide, please. I would here present the baseline only reliability analysis that we have done with our SERVM model. Thank you. So for the baseline only studies, what does this mean? What's the definition and what's the purpose for this study? So the baseline only studies, these are designed to determine the current reliability situation based on the planned retirement and baseline existing and in-development resources coming online over the near to mid-term years of 24 to 28. So keep in mind that we have the baseline of November 2022 LSE IRP filings, and in development resources are those from November 2022 IRP filings, not online, but with executed contracts as of August 2022. So when we say baseline only resources include a portion of ordered procurement, but not all of it, that is, this baseline includes about 5,000 megawatt of in-development MTR procurement, but does not include the remaining 10.5 gigawatt order that is not yet in development. Here, electric demand used was the 2022 IPER planning peak and energy forecast. We tuned and quantified the amount of perfect capacity here with our SERVM bronze. Perfect capacity of, or the ELCC megawatt required was calculated to be added to the baseline to achieve a 0.1 LOLE in each of the days. So we did this analysis. If it's higher than 0.1, we added a PCAP to achieve a 0.1. So if we go to next section, you see this is the baseline only nameplate table by study year that we are showing based on unit category. Each unit category is shown in green, and the orange part is a subcategory for all these years. So based on this baseline, we ran the SERVM and figured out, are this enough, or actually how much we are lacking capacity to achieve a 0.1, and we calculated that lack of capacity by adding a PCAP for each study year. Next slide, please. Here are the results of our SERVM runs. So again, these are the results. The orange ones are showing the years that before we tuned the SERVM runs to 0.1 loss of load. If you look at the loss of load on the first row, it starts from 0.43 going high up to even 4.1 loss of load while it should be at 0.1. And if you see the right side, which is in red color, we added PCAP so the SERVM runs would be tuned to 0.1, and you see all the years is almost 0.1. Now, the second lines are the conserved energy that you see. There are a lot of conserved energy when they're not tuned to 0.1 in the normal baseline case, but it's reduced dramatically because we are achieving a 0.1 in the right scenarios. You see that the right side at the bottom line, there's a PCAP added to return to 0.08, and that's how much PCAP we need is written there in the table in the red line. We need 2,200 in 2024, 6,000 megawatt in 2025, 5,800 PCAP in 2026, and going up to 8,000 by 2028. Next slide, please. So these are the baseline only studies conclusion. And we performed these baseline studies for near to midterm between years 24 and 28. We identified whether the system as is was reliable, that none of them were. And because how much, if we wanted to know how much PCAP or ELCC megawatt we have to add to become reliable. All study years were initially found to be unreliable. And what we need was something between 2,200 to 8,000 megawatt by 2028. While the perfect capacity need is smaller in 24 due to 2024 contracted additions in the baseline, the need grows significantly in 2025 and beyond as Diablo Canyon retires. And the baseline includes some capacity that is contracted but not yet online, mainly in 2024. So this analysis demonstrated that significant new capacity in addition to baseline is needed to ensure reliability. It can be used to assess the sufficiency of existing MTR procurement orders. And we wanted to note that contracts for new resources entered after the cutoff date of November 11 plans are excluded from baseline studies here to help address the PCAP shortfalls found. And we want to also remind this that this shortfall suggests that decisions to retain OTCs in the strategic reserve and Diablo appear to be important insurance policies here. Thank you. I think Neil would continue here from the next slide.
Yeah, thanks, Bedad. And actually just adding on to that point about contracting that's occurred since the LC plans, the filing date of the LC plans was November 1st. And as part of that, the cutoff date for contract status was actually August 1st, 2022. So I think that shows that there's even more procurement contracting that's occurred since the LC plans than indicated by the November date. All right, so this final section of SERVM analysis, we're going to take the baseline reliability information Bedad just presented as a foundational piece, and now going to consider the midterm reliability of procurement that's been ordered, and how do those two things compare, basically. So the process we've used here is involving estimating how much of that PSP baseline is MTR eligible procurement, and then from that get an estimate of how much MTR procurement remains by year. Bedad already quoted the figures at a high level. 5 gigawatts NQC MTR procurement estimated to have already occurred. It's within the PSP baseline. And again, some more has occurred since that baseline was formed. And then that leaves roughly 10.5 gigawatts NQC remaining of the MTR procurement order to be contracted. So then, and point 3 here gets at this. So then we compare that remaining MTR procurement with the PCAP shortfall from the baseline only studies that Baydad just presented. And we can see if there's a reliability gap or a surplus. Okay, so on the next slide, then we've got the results of what we're calling this MTR sufficiency analysis. I call this the base case, and then we'll look at other sensitivities or cases around this sort of central case. So to orient you here, the units are all perfect capacity megawatts. And stepping through the rows, those are the MTR ordered procurement amounts, and then B simply sums those cumulatively. C here is that estimate I was describing and have presented a couple of times now. What staff estimates that within the PSP baseline is eligible for MTR in perfect capacity megawatts. So, you know, these are staff estimates, there is uncertainty in them, but that's what row C is. And then row D does that simple subtraction I described, how much of the MTR order remains to be contracted above the PSP baseline. And then row E is that essentially capturing the SERVM results that Baydad just presented. So how far short of the reliability standard is the PSP baseline? So then if we can compare rows D and E, we get row F, the bottom line. Do we have a gap or not? And so, you know, through this, we've got, you know, key assumptions about existing gas plant retention and retirement. So just repeating, we've got all gas plants assumed to be retained except for announced retirements. And notably, so we don't model the gas once through cooling units. We've got them modeled to retire end of 2023, so they're not contributing from 2024 onwards. And so then, yeah, just looking at this bottom line F result there, we can see that in general, we've got moderate surplus capacity in most years. The exception is 2025, where we're estimating a deficit of about 1,100 megawatts to the 0.1 loss of load standard. So considering these results relative to that standard, we're inherently accounting for risks of load variability, risk of forced outages, renewable resource variability, those kind of things. But of course, there are additional risks to consider. So we start doing that on the next slide. This analysis here considers the risk of our 23 years of historic data that we utilize in our modeling here, the risk of that not being valid for the future due to climate change. So to inform this, we've done some SERVM analysis, which rather than treat our normal 23-year data set in the normal way, we weighted the 2020 year more highly than normal. We know that was a year that included extreme weather that tested the system to its limits. And so this turns out to basically be an approximation of that weather year occurring once every 5 years, rather than the once every 23 years, which is our normal approach. And so what we find is that increases the PCAP reliability need by 1,500 megawatts approximately. So row N shows what that does to the gap, the MTR gap. It obviously makes the system tighter. You can see more red numbers popping up in row N as a result of our estimate of the effect of climate extreme weather. But, you know, staff thinks it's appropriate to also consider the role of the strategic reserve hand in hand with this risk. In large part, that's what it's there for. And so we've estimated the PCAP value of the strategic reserve to be approximately 2.4 gigawatts and available through 26. So you see that benefiting the gap here. And this puts the system back at or near the reliability standard through 2026. We also looked at a range of other risks. They're detailed in the ruling and the ruling slides. So I won't go through them. I won't present them here, but I'll just call them out. Just back up a bit, David, whilst I just keep on this topic of risk. Thank you. So the other risks we've explored in a similar way to this one you're seeing here are gas retirement risk. What if gas units retire at 40 years of age? What does that do? What if project development risk leads us to having 20% of each year's MTR audit procurement being delayed by 1 year? What if 40% of the audited amount is delayed by 1 year? So you can find the results of those in the slides and in the ruling. We also have some analysis of imports and risks around what if import availability differs to our base assumption of 4 gigawatts during summer hours ending 18 through 22 and 11 gigawatts the rest of the time. What if imports availability differs to those things? So we can take questions on those too if there's time allowed at the end or through the Q&A. But yeah, now turning to just one more piece of analysis here, and this is with regard to one of the petitions for modification relating to midterm reliability procurement. One of them, and this one's what's focused here, seeks an ability to request an extension of the 2028 deadline for large or long lead time resources, LLTs, to as late as 2031. So simply, what does that mean in terms of this way of looking at reliability? In row A, you can see the 2028 amount is now 0 there. If you just simply assume all LSEs avail themselves of the ability to seek an extension if the PFM were to be grounded. And so then you see that the impacts flowing through the table down to the row F, where what was a healthier surplus to the reliability standard now decreases to approximately 750 megawatts PCAP. We did also look at the reliability effect of the other PFM. That's the one about the so-called diabler replacement energy and seeking delay of that piece of the MTR procurement. The details of that are in the ruling slides. Okay, so now turning to comparing our results here, MTR sufficiency analysis, with similar studies by the CEC and the CAISO from earlier this year. Firstly, here's an excerpt of the CEC's analysis that was published in the assessment in February this year as required by SB 846. On the next slide, we try to summarize how did the two studies compare, like this one I'm presenting today versus that February assessment. And a few things to call out. One, I think, is fundamental. The methodology difference here is that the SB 846 analysis is deterministic, whereas the current study is probabilistic. So that means deterministic studies, you're less able to tie the results to a particular likelihood, whereas likelihood is foundational, inherent to probabilistic studies. And then the key input difference is that SB 846 analysis was done before the supplemental midterm reliability procurement decision D2302040. It was done before that was adopted, and so it excludes what works out to be a net additional 2 gigawatts NQC ordered in 27 and 28. So keep that in mind as you look at these results, and the results chart on the right there, the SB 846 assessments are shown in dashed lines. They show a range depending on what load risk was assumed. The legend explains that, and obviously more information is available in that report. And then the MTR gaps, we can see the solid line, which is the MTR sufficiency analysis that we're presenting here today. That's the solid line, and you can see it falls reasonably within the range of the SB 846 results, and particularly if you look at 27 and 28, and if you were to account for the 2 gigawatts NQC I mentioned, that would drop the dashed lines down by 2 gigawatts NQC. Downwards in this chart is favorable to reliability, and that would put the solid line sort of around the middle of that range. And then the other piece of comparison here is to the CAISO's summer assessment that was released in May. Just showing an excerpt here of the particular piece of that analysis that we think is most comparable. So on the next slide, we put them side by side, and the CAISO study is probabilistic, so it's actually really similar in terms of methodology and inputs, and to what we're presenting here today in IRP, and we can see very consistent results for the 3 years where the two studies study in common. Okay, so wrapping up, concluding this section on our baseline and audit procurement. On the next slide, thanks, David. Yeah, so basically we found that audit procurement addresses the shortfall between the reliability standard and the baseline, except for 2025. And we looked at a range of risks beyond those allowed for in the reliability standard, so that we quantify those, and I talk through one example being climate risk, the rest being in the ruling slides. And then regarding PFMs, we've got details on the midterm reliability Diablo replacement energy PFM, what would happen if that was granted. Basically, it shows a small negative reliability impact in 2025, adding to the shortfall there already. And then the LLT PFM would reduce 2028 reliability. But we estimate would still leave surplus capacity above the reliability standard, other things being equal, so not including those additional risks that we've characterized earlier. So with all that, that takes us out of reliability and emissions analysis and SERVM, and I'm now turning to Lauren Reiser.
Next slide, please. Hello, everyone. I am Lauren, and I'm an analyst on the IRP team. I'm just going to briefly review some of the procurement-related recommendations that were included in the ruling. The first recommendation is around the PFM, the petition for modification that we've been discussing by the California Energy Storage Alliance and the Western Power Trading Forum, which seeks modification of D21-06035, which we've been referring to as the Midterm Reliability Decision, or MTR. And so just generally, this PFM is looking for more flexibility and compliance for the long lead time resource requirement. And so just to quickly review the specific ask before talking about this proposal, first recall that the long lead time resources required in MTR were originally due June 2026, with the potential for an extension request. However, D23-02040 recently automatically extended all these deadlines to June 2028. So long lead time resources currently are required by June 2028. And so the primary relief this PFM requested was for LSCs to have the option to ask the Commission for an extension to their commercial online date requirement if the projects that they have contracted with end up suffering from unexpected delays, such as interconnection, construction delays, etc. And so if a project does suffer this type of delay, the LSC could have the option to request extension to no later than June 2031. And so that'd be 3 years after the current requirement. And so I'll just also note that the PFM also had a secondary relief request, which was more general flexibility around penalties, and that in comments, parties proposed their own modifications of the proposal, so there are some options floating around here. But in general, that's the proposal we're talking about, both from the reliability analysis that Neil presented and pursuant for this proposal. And so the proposal in the ruling is that we considered that if the 2,000 megawatts of long lead time resources are delayed by granting this PFM, that would make the reliability picture we just showed much tighter. It'd be a significant decrease in that surplus that Neil was talking about. Still some surplus, but the picture is a lot more tighter. And so particularly considering that the future in 2028 is uncertain, and that, starting now, we do have time to impact the 2028 reliability picture. Considering this, the ruling considers requiring 2,000 megawatts of new clean capacity to be required by 2028 as replacement for the potentially delayed long lead time procurement. And so this would serve to give a bit more time, if needed, for the longer lead time resources to come online while ensuring reliability in 2028 by bringing shorter lead time new resources online in the interim. And so on this proposal, I'd particularly like to say we are really looking for party comments here. And we're looking for comments not just support or oppose this proposal, but also your thoughts on the implementation details of potentially granting this PFM, as well as the implementation details of what this 2,000 megawatts NQC new clean capacity should look like if it is ordered. Right, next slide. And so the ruling has one more proposal related to procurement. This proposal is related to installing long duration energy storage at existing natural gas sites. And so what this proposal really is, it's an attempt to find a way to value the reliability contribution of long duration energy storage, defined here as minimum 8 hours, at existing natural gas sites. And so the idea we're thinking about here is that there are existing points of interconnection currently used by natural gas that could potentially be hybridized or co-located with long duration energy storage. And there are several benefits to doing so that we've been thinking about. The first is potentially just reduced emissions as the storage is discharged instead of the gas turbine, as well as the potential for reliability benefit. And the reliability benefit we're seeing here comes from what we're looking at on high heat days, which also happen to be the most grid stress conditions. And under these conditions, natural gas generators sometimes are not operating at their peak due to the high ambient temperatures. And so the idea here is that adding storage at these locations could make sure we're getting full use out of that interconnection, that deliverability when we need it most. And so, of course, another benefit of this is it could be a step on the pathway towards the future, looking at using long duration energy storage at these sites instead of natural gas. And so those are the benefits and why we're looking at this proposal. But here's the issue and why we're including this in the ruling, is how to calculate the reliability value of these resources in order to, both understand the reliability value and also give them credit towards the midterm reliability, long duration energy storage category. And so these proposals wouldn't receive additional NQC under our current resource counting paradigm, because they use the same deliverability. However, as we just discussed, we do think there is real reliability value here on those high heat days that we could quantify. And so the ruling has two proposed approaches for quantifying this reliability value. The first one here is the difference between the maximum interconnection value of the facility and the actual average capacity the natural gas turbines provide during these high heat days that are also historic reliability events. So that's the first proposal, fairly straightforward, basically just looking at like what is the amount of that D rate we're seeing. And the second approach would be valuing this based on the findings of a reliability study using a similar method to how we calculate ELCCs for all our other resources, conducting another similar study to look at these specific resources. And so there are pros and cons of both of these. The first approach is much more straightforward, but maybe is weighted towards kind of overvaluing based on looking at only the most grid stress conditions, whereas the second approach could potentially be more accurate, but it certainly is more time and resource intensive, and we definitely need to flesh out more details on what such a study would need to include. And so we're hoping to get parties' thoughts on both of these proposals, both of these approaches, as well as the proposal overall in your comments. So please include your thoughts on which valuation method makes more sense, any details on how you would flesh out either valuation method, as well as if you have an approach that doesn't follow either of these approaches included here, please include any alternate approaches you have in your comments as well. All right, so that is all we have on procurement related recommendations. So going to the next slide, we can hand it back to Neil for the reliability framework.
Thanks, Lauren. Okay, yeah, so I'm back to talk about reliability, but it's in this context of thinking about it in terms of a framework. Firstly, and we can step into the just two slides here. Thanks, David. Firstly, what do we mean by a reliability framework? Okay, so really two elements: a reliability standard that can be translated into reliability resource need, and then resource counting rules with which to see if that need is being met. So that's generic, and the ruling goes into some of the specifics that are proposed, and I'll attempt to give an overview of those here. Now, so I mean, the idea here is that this framework applies across various use cases in IRP: capacity expansion modeling, loss of load probability modeling, and planning procurement by LSEs. We've already had this framework in use since last year, so through this IRP cycle. So I'll probably get mixed up talking about this as a proposal versus the past tense, but the aim here is to formalize what we've been doing. So we've already had, as I explained with regard to LSE filing requirements, we've already had the LSE planning process being based on a marginal ELCC reliability planning framework. We've also updated and run Resolve in a similar way, but adapted to that use case of exploring much more expansive resource options, amounts, and parts of the planning horizon than the LSE effort. And then the reliability studies that Bedad and I presented today have also been grounded on this framework we're talking about here. So aim here is to formalize it, and so then on the next slide we take some of that ruling text and I've got it in the form of a schematic to hopefully help understanding. This is basically expressing, I think, what's described as implementation steps in the ruling. And, the idea here is that these are steps that we could take and have taken and can continue to take on a regular cadence, for example, annually, although it's still to be determined what really is the appropriate and feasible cadence. But yeah, so this is a cyclical process, and this slide expresses one occurrence of it. And we've grouped these steps into the main use cases that I mentioned earlier. So input development, think of load forecasts, updating load shapes as part of that, making sure our renewable shapes are up to date, updating the baseline with procurement progress. There have been questions about to what extent the PSP baseline reflects current procurement, in this workshop. So that's another important piece in terms of updating the loss of load probability data set. And then, of course, we as planners need to know what's the reliability standard we're aiming for. That's not something we figure out in an IRP process. That's got a much broader set of considerations to make. But the IRP process needs to confirm what that standard is. And then that's another key input to this reliability input development part of this. And so then we can run our loss of load modeling and produce the total reliability need in perfect capacity or effective capacity, as well as the ELCC curves and surfaces. So that's what that ELCC is for capacity expansion is getting at. There's a Q&A about that one. So really that's a broad set of curves, and currently it's a solar storage ELCC surface. And so that need and the ELCCs are needed for capacity expansion modeling, and that can then get us a portfolio that is at the reliability standard of 0.1 loss of load expectation, the current reliability standard. And then there's a calibration piece not depicted here, but we talked about it earlier, that would be involved to ensure that process is producing 0.1 loss of load expectation portfolios. Okay, and then we can implement this framework with the third piece being providing the inputs needed for load serving entities planning for reliability. And so again, we would then need to conduct loss of load probability modeling, but now specific to that particular resource portfolio. And we can, through that modeling, find what are those loss of load risk hours. We can find the marginal ELCC by resource type. And what is that marginal ELCC? It's the estimate of that resource's availability during those loss of load risk hours. And we would do this for all resource types, not just non-firm renewables, all resource types. Through this loss of load modeling, we'd also find the marginal reliability need, which, if you think back to the chart I had a while ago expressing how the load changes during the course of the day, that's sort of illustrating how the loss of load risk hours, the marginal reliability need there is the gross load plus operating reserves we need to retain above that, minus some small allowance for loss of load allowed for by the reliability standard. And in essence, that's the marginal reliability need that we need to plan for, and we can find from loss of load modeling. And then finally, we can allocate that need to LSEs using LSE specific load forecasts, and preferably not just a single point estimate of their load share, but really seeing and looking at what each load serving entity's load is expected to do during loss of load risk hours. So that's a quick walkthrough there of the implementation steps and of how to continually implement this framework. The rationale for the whole approach is given in the ruling, and we went into this in some detail too, the rationale in MAG webinars earlier this cycle. But just I'll try to recap in shortly why why worth doing all this in staff's view. Firstly, expressing reliability need in terms of effective capacity or perfect capacity, as opposed to referencing installed capacity, like we have in the past cycles, gets us creating a level playing field among all resource types. So because we've got then all resources having their operational limitations considered and looking at their ability to basically reduce loss of load risk in a consistent way across all resource types. And then secondly, marginal ELCCs are foundational to this approach here, because they credit resources based on their marginal contributions to reliability after accounting for all other resources in the portfolio. And they can be used for existing and new resources alike. It's worth noting that beyond their use in this IRP cycle, they've also been used in the midterm reliability procurement order, as well as the renewables portfolio standard programs, least cost but best fit methodology. And noting that other ISO and RTO reliability programs, including New York, MISO, and PJM, are exploring moving to a marginal reliability planning framework. So the ruling invites comments on this proposed framework and the methodology to implement it. That brings us to the close on this segment of presentations. I'll turn to Nathan, and I think we've got a bit of time, and I did offer to present some earlier slides in more detail if there was interest, but I also know we've got more to be done. So
yeah, thanks for that. I think akin to a lot of our experiences in childhood with the parents that are convinced that they can make it to the next rest stop on the proverbial card trip because we have enough fuel. I think we're going to try to do that here and actually push forward into the afternoon presentation right now and see what we can get done before noon, because I think we can get a good portion of that done without really eating into the lunch hour. So that might require a swap of the slide decks here. And the ever popular Jared, who has only been implicated in the Q&A so far.
Yeah, I get
to be on stage.
I guess I get to book in lunch, so I get everyone when they're both hungry and then lethargic afterwards. I get the best of both worlds here. While the slides are getting pulled up, I just want to say I'm Jared Ferguson, and I'm an analyst with the IRP team here as well at the CPUC, and I lead the transmission planning and busbar mapping efforts of this IRP process. Here are slides. It's like we have the old slides. There we go. All right, you can go ahead to the next slide. And the next one. So just for a refresher for probably many people on this call, the transmission planning process is Cal ISO's annual comprehensive evaluation of its transmission grid to address grid reliability needs, to identify upgrades needed to implement California's policy goals, and also to explore projects that can bring economic benefits to consumers. The CPUC develops resource portfolios for the ISO to inform these studies, and the California Energy Commission develops load scenarios through their IRP process that informs the demand side needs. This historically was done under a 2010 Memorandum of Understanding between the ISO and CPUC, but recently the CPUC, CEC, and ISO signed a new updated MOU that expands the coordination and collaboration between the three entities. Next slide. Next slide, David. Thanks. The PUC typically transmits multiple portfolios to the ISO. We transmit a reliability and policy-driven base case portfolio that is used by the ISO in the TPP to identify transmission solutions that then go to the ISO's Board of Governors for approval. And we also transmit one or more policy-driven sensitivity portfolios, which are used to study transmission solutions that generally have not gone to the board for approval. The results provide transmission information for future work and can help inform and guide upgrades approved within the policy-driven base case as well. Historically, the TPP has had a 10-year planning horizon. However, recently the CPUC has been transmitting and the ISO has studied portfolios looking beyond 10 years. In the just completed 22-23 TPP, CPUC and CEC transmitted a high electrification sensitivity portfolio that modeled out to 2035. And that portfolio also served as the basis for the 23-24 TPP base case scenario, once again modeling out to 2035. For the 24-25, this upcoming TPP, CPUC staff are proposing to transmit a 15-year or a portfolio with a 15-year planning horizon. So we'll be looking at the projected resource needs for both the 2034 model year, 10 years out, and the 2039 model year, 15 years out. Next slide. So I like to include this slide, which shows the resources included in the base cases transmitted to the ISO over the last 4 TPPs. It shows some perspective on the growth of the resources included in these portfolios as we both look further into the future from looking at 2030 out to now 2035, but also factoring in higher loads due to electrification and plans for more stringent greenhouse gas reduction targets. Since the 21-22 TPP, the expected resources being planned for has grown from just over 30 gigawatts to just over 25 gigawatts. And the table below the chart, you can see a corresponding increase in the number and costs of transmission upgrades, particularly the policy-driven transmission upgrades approved by the ISO Board of Governors. And with the 23-24 TPP analysis still on going with the size of that portfolio, but I'd like to note that several of the major projects approved in the 22-23 TPP, particularly in the Southern California area, are likely able to provide the transmission capability needs of a lot of the resources in the 23-24 TPP portfolio. Next slide. Now let's look at the proposed base case for the 24-25 TPP portfolio, or it is the portfolio. Okay, so the ruling proposes the 25 MMT by 2035 core portfolio as the base case. This is the portfolio that includes the LSE plans, as was discussed earlier this morning. And I've shown here both a table of resources included in this portfolio and a chart for the 2034 model year and the 2039 model year. The 2034 year has about 53 gigawatts of new resources, including just under 4 gigawatts of offshore wind, about 5 gigawatts of Wyoming, Idaho, or New Mexico wind, which we're calling out-of-state wind here for just ease of reference, and 8 gigawatts of onshore in CalISO wind, which is just called wind in this chart. The 2039 increases to about 75 gigawatts of new resources with about 4.5 gigawatts of offshore wind, and large increases of out-of-state wind up to 10 gigawatts and 10 gigawatts of onshore in CalISO wind. The 2039 portfolio only has small increases in the long duration geothermal and biomass resources. Next slide. So as this chart here on the right makes clear, the total new resource number for the proposed base case is smaller than the previous 23-24 TPP. So you can see here the 2035 model year of the last 23-24 TPP had about 85 gigawatts of new portfolio resources, while the proposed one has only 59 gigawatts of new resources in 2035, and then 74, as I just said, in 2039. The key difference in these portfolios, however, is really just an accounting issue, and it boils down to the modeling baseline, which is the list of resources that our models assume are already accounted for. So that includes for this 2023 PSP baseline, as was mentioned earlier this morning, not just online resources, but also contracted resources as identified in the recent LSE IRP plans. The baseline used for the for resolve in the 23-24 TPP was an older baseline that was chosen to try to align with the ISO's previous 2021 transmission white paper, so that resolve was properly modeling transmission availability. Thus, many of the resources which came online even in 2021 and 2022 were included in this portfolio resource selected column here for the 23-24 baseline. So if you go through and account for all the new resources that were added to the baseline, you get about 16 gigawatts nameplate, and so you can those are now in the baseline, so those have been taken out of the portfolio. So that accounting difference shifts the actual difference between the two portfolios to about 9 gigawatts, which is still significant, but can be explained by 3 key drivers. The first is the resource mix of the new portfolio. The proposed base case has a significant amount of onshore wind, both in ISO and out of state, which has generally higher capacity factors than solar. So you can see that overall, by selecting less solar and more wind, you get less resources overall. Second, the new ELC surfaces, particularly the solar storage surface, under the combination of amounts we're seeing selected, provides slightly higher ELCC values. So you need less solar and storage for the same value. And third is the new load scenario from the 2022 IPR that is implemented, has a slightly lower load overall than the previously used 2021 additional transportation electrification scenario. So next slide.
Let me actually just pause here and
Yes.
flag for those that were asking earlier and those that have actually asked over the last 2 weeks. Jared's last 2 slides cover easily the most popular question we've gotten on the side regarding, hey, what's going on with the size of the portfolios? Can you please explain it? So I hope that everyone was taking notes there. If you haven't, we will be posting these slides so that you can digest a little bit more fully. But the main story here is that there are reasons and they are articulated here. Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, and the next slide has sort of a comparison of the portfolios when you specifically take out those resources identified in the baseline. So in this chart, you can see here, the leftmost column is that 2035 model year for the 23-24 TPP. That small column next to it is the nameplate megawatts of resources that are now in the IRP modeling baseline. So these were originally mapped as part of the 23-24 TPP portfolio, but they're now shifted over into the baseline, so they're not included in the new column. So if you take those resources out, you get this middle column, which is about 60 69 gigawatts of resources. And then you can see that comparison to the proposed new case. And as I was saying, it is still smaller or has less resources in the 2035 model year due to those three mainly due to those three issues I was just talking about on the previous slide. All right, next slide. This slide is also a little off tangent, but it also is, I think, a key issue to discuss, as was mentioned earlier in this workshop, and that's the onshore wind resource potentials, particularly the NISO onshore resource potentials. So the 2023 inputs and assumptions for IRP modeling has significantly higher onshore wind resource potentials. And this is due to many factors because we did a lot of changes to how the resource potentials were calculated. And for wind in particular, this includes a higher hub height. So we increased the hub height up to 110 meters. We did also increase the resource density assumption to be in line with what we use and the CEC use in our Busbar mapping process, which is 40 acres a megawatt. And probably most significantly is we shifted from location-specific analysis to a statewide analysis. And so to sort of explain that a little further, in the old, I guess it would be the 2019 inputs and assumptions, those resource potentials, which are shown also in this chart here, were based on applying the old land use screens to pre-selected resource areas, which were identified in the mid 2010s as sort of areas that were known to be or either had commercial interest or were known to be potential development sites. So in this new resource potentials, we did not do it by specific areas of the state. We shifted to basically applying the CEC core land use screens for in the state of California across the entire state. So we are capturing areas that we previously didn't capture. And then additionally, for the two areas outside of the state, which are the Southern Nevada and then the Baja California areas, those in the old INA, we used just a commercial interest estimate. So we looked at how much was in the queue and used that. This time we applied the WEC land use and environmental screens to that for that Southern Nevada area. And then for Baja California in Mexico, we are still using commercial interest, but there is there has been since the 2019 INA a large increase in projects in the ISO queue for that area, so that potential has also gone up. And then you can see that comparison in this table on the right. You can see the old potentials versus the new potentials that Resolve can select. And then the last two columns show how much was selected in this proposed base case here. And you can see it's dominated really by the Southern Nevada and Baja California selection with a fair amount in both Northern California and Tehachapi. But in those two areas, Resolve is seeing the transmission expansion benefits of the recently approved TPP upgrades from the 22-23 and in those two areas that increase the transmission capacity, and Resolve is choosing to fill that or to use that capacity increase for wind instead of other resources.
Thanks for all that, Jared. I'd like to do a quick aside to double down on something I mentioned this morning regarding potential confusion around some ruling text, particularly on page 17 of the ruling, where Jared, I think, quite elegantly described there are many factors driving the increased, especially onshore in-state wind potential, but also wind potential from other areas like out of state. There's many factors and they're articulated here, and they go well beyond just the effects of the CEC's updated land use screens. So thanks for that, Jared. Back to you.
Thanks, Nathan. All right, next slide, please. So I just showed the breakdown for onshore in ISO wind, but this shows the further breakdown of the renewable resources, so geothermal, solar, wind, that Resolve and the portfolio contains. And this is sort of the key point here is this is the Resolve resource area where Resolve has chosen to build it. And so you can see on the right, in the blue, the lightest blue is the onshore NISO wind, which I was just discussing. And then you next have that out of state or Wyoming, Idaho, and New Mexico wind in dark blue. And then lastly, you have the offshore wind resource potentials that Resolve could select. And I'll note here that the Resolve out the location, the final locations after Busbar mapping often does shift between where Resolve selected it and where the through the Busbar mapping process and the environmental transmission and commercial interests criteria highlight sort of the better places to map often results in shifts of where resources are actually located in the final portfolio transmitted to the ISO. And one of the key modeling limitations when it comes to transmission in particular is that Resolve can't or doesn't model the step function of transmission upgrades. It uses a per megawatt cost assumption. Thus, often in our Busbar mapping, we will shift resources in locations where Resolve has only triggered a small megawatts amount of a transmission upgrade. So we'll either shift resources into that area to fully utilize that transmission upgrade or shift the resources out of it to not trigger that upgrade. And so that results in remapping as well. And I think a easy example here is the Idaho wind, which does require new transmission. It's only building 300 of that. So we would look at it in Busbar mapping in a more step function of either you don't trigger the transmission or you try to almost, or you try to fully utilize that transmission as much as possible. Next slide. And this is just a similar locational breakdown of the resources from Resolve output for the storage resources. And so you can see that Resolve does now model both 4 and 8 hour lithium ion batteries as well as flow batteries, in addition to several long duration storage technologies. Here we have the pump storage and then the adiabatic compressed air. I'll note that in Busbar mapping, particularly our transmission and our commercial development interests don't really distinguish between technology type for batteries. Generally, 4 hour and more batteries are viewed the same when it comes to our transmission calculations. And in our various interconnection queues for the ISO and other entities, they don't have either storage duration or technology type in most cases for those battery storage technologies. So in Busbar mapping, we're not able to really provide additional insight of where the various technology types, when it comes to batteries, that is, should be placed. And next slide is where I'm going to turn it over to Nathan to walk through the development of some of our gas retirement sensitivity analysis for our proposed sensitivity portfolio.
Thanks for that, Jared. I promise there's only 5 slides left before lunch. We'll see if we can make quick work of them. So on the next slide, we're proposing to transmit a gas retirement study to CAISO for them to study in the 24-25 TPP as a sensitivity. And as mentioned this morning, we put forward 2 cases that would do that. Why did we do that? Well, there's a few drivers. I mean, one, you can consider some of IRP statutory guidance about emissions reductions in disadvantaged communities. You could also consider some of the spirit and direction of SB 887 from last year, as well as just general policy momentum more broadly towards the possibility of gas retirements in California. So we crafted a few options, and we cover here kind of waterfall in concept of, what are the things that you would maybe combine to get a moderate and a high gas retirement sensitivity. So first, you look at the base on the top. So no gas forced to retire after OTC retirements, except for CHP phase out in the 2030s. But then moving on to the moderate, that trajectory includes LSC plans uncontracted plants of certain types and shows accelerated retirement in the near term, but available gas capacity is relatively constant beyond 2030. And this relates, I think, back to one of Mary's questions earlier this morning of, hey, how are you characterizing the uncontracted gas from LSC plans? The answer is that in the core cases that we already went through an hour or two ago, those plants are still available to the model to do things with and economically not retain if it sees fit. But here we're assuming that they actually retire. And then moving beyond that, how do you get to a high gas retirement situation? Well, we assumed delay of retirement in near term, but ramping up to meet LSC uncontracted plans regarding certain technology types and a continued reduction in gas capacity through 2040 using a 35-year age-based criteria. On the next slide, we want to note some important takeaways, at least from the resolve side, that per resolve, use of the gas fleet decreases significantly by 2035, whether or not you actually retire plants. And with very little and sometimes no GHG benefits per the modeling under current assumptions. Now, we acknowledge the possibility that there could be a bit of a knife edge effect here. That is to say, would a relatively small change in assumptions lead to significantly different outcomes? Maybe. But that knife edge effect here could be between Resolve's choice to dispatch in-state gas versus using imports. And right now, it's kind of going towards imports, but there's a fair amount of information for people to dig into here, especially those parties that are deeply concerned and interested in these sorts of cases. And we also acknowledge that CERVM does tell a slightly different story about dispatch here between the technology types and imports. On the next slide, and I showed this earlier actually, but just worth saying again that there are significant cost differences between the two portfolios that we modeled as gas retirement sensitivities and the 25 MMT least cost case that they're derived from. And they're listed in the lower left. You can see some year-to-year comparisons in the lower right. And then on the next slide, you can see a little bit more detail regarding cost differences more on a trajectory. So I think it's a handy visual. It goes a little bit more annual. It's not just NPV like the lower left of the previous slide. And another really important note here on the left that these cases weren't analyzed to see if they meet local reliability requirements. And replacing the firm capacity that one would assume would be retired in certain local areas could be pretty hard in real life. And will require quite a few steps for us to get to if those are the steps that the state wants to take. But in the more immediate term, we do have to figure out for this analysis, how would one actually get to which plants we're actually going to tell CAISO to switch off as retired. And that's just a little bit of foreshadowing, Jared. We'll get to it eventually. I'm not certain if it's in the next slide or if it's going to have to wait until this afternoon, but we know that in the Busbar mapping process, in the lead up to what we adopt in February, we do have to do that.
Thanks, Nathan. And yes, I do have a slide on that, but it's after lunch that slide will come. But we do have one more slide. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary.
Could I make a point? I just want to add into something Nathan said a moment ago, and it was in relation to this trade-off between internal to CAISO gas versus imported energy. I just want to make the point that well, so imports aren't necessarily cleaner either, and especially if you're looking at specific times of day when you need the energy, times when, say, the wind's not blowing or the sun's not showing, shining. So it's kind of, in terms of emissions, there's a slight difference between imports and in-basin internal gas generation, particularly if it's at times when it's, not necessarily renewable. And so that distinction is not necessarily that germane when it comes to GHG emissions. There's, they're very close. So even if, one model shows imports and one model shows internal gas, that's not necessarily going to have much difference when it comes to GHG emissions. That's all I wanted to point out. Thanks.
Thanks, Donald. So this slide here is the last summary slide of that high gas retirement portfolio that Nathan introduced, and it's the proposed sensitivity for the 24-25 TPP. A key thing to note here is you can see the amounts of gas retired in the two modeling years. So you have the planned gas retirements, which are also in the base case from the OTC and the CHP, but then the additional gas retirement on top of those is just under 5 gigawatts in 2034 and just over 10 gigawatts by 2039. And this, to note to Nathan's local reliability point as well, is that this resolve is looking at the system level impacts and sort of the aggregate amount of megawatts of gas retired. The portfolio does not have specific units or locations for the gas retirement. That's going to be identified for ISO to study through the Busbar Mapping process. And then just quickly on the resource mix here, a key point is that this portfolio does not include the LSC planned resources. It instead allows Resolve to cost optimize for the entire load need. And so you can see a portfolio that is rather different than the proposed base case, and it has significantly more long duration storage and geothermal as well in it in both 2034 and 2039. And I think I can end there, and we can let you, Nathan, lead us into lunch.
So at 12:04 p.m., forgive us if we're a little late, but I think that we did advance the broader timeline quite well. I want to thank everyone for their participation, their attention for the last 3 hours. I know we just crammed in a lot of information, but I hope it was helpful. Let's try to restart promptly at 1 p.m. And in the meantime, some of us might still be active in the Q&A trying to respond to some of your questions. But otherwise, we'll see everyone promptly at 1. Thanks. Just noting that we'll be restarting in a couple minutes. Afternoon, everyone. Promised a prompt restart at 1 p.m. It is 1 p.m. Jared, do you want to get us rolling again?
Yeah, so right before lunch, I introduced, with Nathan's help, the proposed portfolios, the base case and the sensitivity. And now after lunch, I'm going to walk through at a high level both the Busbar mapping process and also some of the preliminary mapping results of the proposed base case. So if you can go to next slide, please. So the Busbar mapping effort can be viewed as a series of steps between CPUC, CEC, and ISO staff. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm skipping a slide. Had the wrong slide up. Thanks. I'll just look at the actual workshop and not my private slide set. Okay, resource to Busbar mapping. Sorry about that, everyone. It's a false start right after lunch. So those portfolios, which we were talking about before lunch, as I showed on those last few slides, have coarse geographic areas like Northern California solar, like that, and to be used by the ISO in the TPP analysis, we need to map those resources down to the substation level, and the resource to Busbar mapping process is that work by CEC, ISO, and CPC staff to identify specific substation locations for the portfolio resources. It's an iterative process of mapping, doing a net analysis for the various Busbar mapping criteria, and then remapping. And it's conducted via a Busbar mapping methodology, which we worked to update earlier this year and had a webinar on it back in July, and I provided both links to the updated methodology and then a link to the slides and the recording of that webinar on that slide. And since the webinar, we've did incorporate some minor changes based on feedback from stakeholders. I also just like to note I have also a link on here to the first proof of concept work that was done for Busbar mapping back in 2019. And just since we've been talking a fair amount about portfolio sizes, that work looked at two portfolios, a base case that included about 3,500 megawatts of renewable resources, and then a sensitivity case that included about 10 gigawatts of portfolio resources. So we are mapping significantly more resources in this effort than we did when we started. Next slide. All right, here's the slide I was trying to skip to. And so the Busbar mapping process can be viewed as a series of steps between the staff from the three entities, CEC, ISO, and CPUC. I will note that this flow diagram here, that's nice and neat, but complicated, that shows CPUC identifying potential areas for mapping and getting CEC staff providing land use analysis on those areas and environmental implications on those areas, and ISO staff for providing transmission and interconnection information. Then the CPU staff doing the amalgamating all that information into the analysis itself. The chart makes it look pretty neat. It's definitely way less sequential, and this work is happening concurrently with a lot of coordination between staff at all three organizations. And this process takes several iterations, and we sort of do one map through, see where there are non-alignments with the various criteria, and seek to remap those resources to improve the alignment. And overall, the goal is to identify plausible locations for the portfolio resources that do not violate the mapping criteria. We're trying to minimize non-compliance amongst all the criteria, and we're not defaulting to sort of maximizing compliance with a particular criteria in general. Next slide. So speaking of those specific criteria, thanks, David. The criteria is broken into 7 categories, roughly, and they focus on both system level transmission and then substation level interconnection. And then we also have land use implications, both overall sort of potential implications, but also factors such as parcelization. And then we have the conservation and biological impact factors such as connectivity, biodiversity, landscape intactness. And then we have community and societal environmental factors where we are factoring in air quality, non-attainment zones, and disadvantaged communities into how and where we map. And then we also factor in commercial development interest and also consistency with the prior TPP portfolios. And that's the high-level summary. The method, again, the methodology is about a 30-page document that goes into details about each one of those categories. Next slide. So this is from the mapping and from the analysis of the criteria, we assign alignment level. So basically, how well does the amount of that resource type map to that substation align with the criteria for that substation? And we have in the past focused on 3 levels. And so this year we've expanded it to 5 to provide more nuance and to better discern, or better try to discern how the resources are aligning with those criteria priorities. So we go from level 1, which is strong alignment with the criteria, and particularly we have prioritized conditions with a lot of the criteria that it's aligning with. And then level 2 and 3 are still decent alignment, but then as you switch to 4 and then 5, you have significant non-alignment with that criteria. And this is the point of we're generally trying to optimize across all the criteria, getting as close to level 1 as possible with our mapping. This slide also just notes a few of the potential of the changes we made in between the July 12th webinar on the Busbar mapping methodology and the version that has gone out with this ruling. I think a few key things are establishing the resource density assumptions for both utility scale solar and onshore wind in ISO, and also we're working to apply the analysis of the non-attainment air quality non-attainment zones and disadvantaged community data sets as places to avoid mapping biomass and biogas resources too. And go to the next slide. So this is a more detail from what we've been having some questions in the Q&A about on sort of what our plan and process is for identifying the specific locations to map and model the gas retirement, particularly, well, the base case has some gas retirement, but particularly in the high gas retirement sensitivity. And there's sort of these two different types of gas retirements you see, and it's what you see in actually the base case is the second type, but the first type is what we see in the sensitivity, where we are basically forcing resolve to retire gas amounts for policy-driven reasons. And then this second latter case is resolve selecting gas retirement to essentially not retain, because resolve is finding it cost effective to not retain those gas resources. Regardless of how the gas retirement is included in the portfolio, we do need to identify the specific substation for the ISO to model it. And so this is a process that's still ongoing. We have this criteria listed here, these data sets that we are implementing, and we will be releasing our proposed ranking of the plants as they align with this criteria with some of the preliminary Busbar mapping results. But we sort of have these 4 key areas where we're prioritizing older units. We're prioritizing units in or near disadvantaged communities. We're also prioritizing higher emitting units and units within those non-attainment areas. And then we also are prioritizing lower effectiveness units. And a key thing, sort of because resolve doesn't factor in local liability, and this is an ongoing discussion and work with ISO staff of using recent LCR studies to assess what are the implications of these retirements in the LCR area. So using the identified charging capacity potential for that we could map additional storage to the area to offset the retirement, or is the ISO going to need to look at potential transmission solutions to the retirement? And so I'll note that in this preliminary mapping results I'm about to walk through, we have not yet performed the identification. Like I said, we're still working on finalizing the list and the ranking. So we'll have that ready to share with the preliminary results, but the actual mapping of the sensitivity and the gas itself has not yet been performed. Next slide, please. So switching gear from process to preliminary results, we can go to the next slide. And so this is the high level results of the first round, or basically one iteration of the Busbar mapping process for the base case. We will be conducting additional rounds to remap and reallocate the resources to better optimize the criteria alignment. And the preliminary results will be posted that I'm presenting a summary of today. Those will be posted to the CPUC web page that has the material for the 24-25 TPP mapping effort. I just want to note that this is the limited first pass through of the mapping, and some analysis has been deferred to later rounds, particularly noting the additional analysis we're seeking to do this cycle of having additional information on interconnection cost and particular interconnection upgrades required by substations, because that is reliant on requests to PTO staff. We've decided to implement that in essentially the subsequent rounds because we wanted to narrow down the substations we're focusing on, because we start with a list of about 400, 500 substations, and we cannot get analysis on all the substations. So from this initial round of mapping, we're able to identify the key and important substations for which we can get that additional analysis done. Next slide, please. So, as I was saying, this was the first round of mapping, and these two tables are showing a summary of the map results by the ISO study area. And so you can see the sort of in the TPP process, the ISO breaks down their area into these 10 study areas, and so chosen to summarize it like this, just for continuity with the TPP work. And just a few key notes, because it is by ISO area, is that for particularly out-of-state resources, we map those resources at the intertie. We are estimating that those resources will enter the ISO from. So for example, the Idaho and Wyoming wind are mapped at coming in at Harry Allen and El Dorado substations. So they're in the east of Pisgah study area. And we have, in 2034, we have 1,000 megawatts of Idaho wind mapped. We did shift resources around. We have about 2,200 megawatts of Wyoming wind and 2,000 megawatts of New Mexico wind, and that's coming in at Palo Verde substation. So it's in the SCE eastern area. And in 2039, you see that out-of-state winds increased to about 10 gigawatts. And so that is mapped about 1,200 megawatts to Idaho, and then 4,500 megawatts each to Wyoming and New Mexico wind. Now that's an additional topic for further rounds of if we think that all that megawatts of out-of-state wind should come from those areas, and more particularly, should they go to those individual interties, or will they need to go to different interties and require new transmission to other areas? So that is one of the key items amongst many that will be worked on through future rounds of mapping. I'll also note that on the geothermal side of things, we have that 700 megawatts in that east of Pisgah ISO study area is split between about 400 to 500, depending on 2034 or 2039. That's mapped as interconnecting via new transmission from central Nevada to the VEA area of the ISO grid in southern Nevada, and then the rest of that 300 to 400 is mapped to northern Nevada and Utah geothermal areas. And the 740 and 50 megawatts in SCE in SDG&E area is IID, Imperial Geothermal, that is mapped as either coming to the ISO grid through the Mirage substation or through the Imperial Valley substation. I'll also note that in this initial round of busbar mapping, we've preliminary kept all the offshore wind at the Morro Bay intertie. So that's that offshore wind in the PG&E Kern study area. And that is another area of ongoing and continued analysis of where to map all the offshore wind to. And as was mentioned earlier this morning, we are conducting further cost and resource amount sensitivities for this offshore wind question. Next slide, please. So I was just walking through, and in hindsight, I probably should have put this slide before that last slide, so I apologize for that. But just some clarifications on sort of, because we have these resolved resource areas or resource regions, and then we in the TPP process, the ISO uses its ISO study areas. So this is sort of a rough conversion table between and map between the resolve resource areas that are outputs in the resolve model and how they overlap with the ISO study areas. So you can see sort of that it's not a one-to-one, and so like the Northern California resolve region contains 2 study areas, while you can see that the SDG&E study area is split actually between 3 resolve resource areas. So this is a rough conversion table that can help everyone get the sort of where resources are a bit in mind. Next slide, please. So these next several slides are going to go through the criteria categories, and I decided to put the last category first, which is that consistency with previous TPP portfolios, because of our earlier discussion on the portfolio size. And so this chart here is comparing the preliminary map results for the 2034 portfolio by ISO study region to that 2035 23-24 TPP mapped portfolio. And so, of course, again, this proposed portfolio is smaller than that previous TPP portfolio, particularly because it's also looking at the year 2034. So it's only 53 gigawatts compared to the 68 gigawatts in that 23-24 TPP base case after those baseline accounting adjustments. And just sort of as expected with a smaller portfolio, a lot of the regions have less resources in them. And then there are a few regions like SCE Eastern area, so that Riverside area in particular has significantly less solar resources, as does the Tehachapi area, which is in that SCE Northern area. And that's that's being derived from the fact that this portfolio does have significantly less solar. And then you can see there are a few areas where you actually have more resources. So like the SCE north of Lugo area, which is that Kramer area, and then the SDG&E area. And those areas are locations because of the large amount of onshore wind we have that we've mapped a lot of that wind to. So that SDG and Eastern area increase in resources of wind resources is from the amount of Baja wind that we've mapped as interconnecting to the East County substation down in Imperial. And then, as I noted before, you can see that we have all the 3.8 gigawatts of offshore wind mapped as interconnecting in the Morro Bay area and as Morro Bay wind. Next slide, please. So this is the same analysis, just looking at that 2039 portfolio. And we'll note that this is a larger portfolio overall it's 775 gigawatts when compared to that 68 gigawatt adjustment. And so because of that, you can see that most areas have similar or even slightly more resources mapped to them. And you can see the key thing there that's driving that is still, again, the large amount of both out-of-state wind and in ISO wind. And I'll pause there because I think Nathan wants to provide some additional.
Yeah, I think Jared's hitting on kind of the next piece of that portfolio size question here, just in more detail. So he described closer to the beginning of his slides why there are differences between, especially the last TPP base case that we adopted and this one in terms of the build out charts that you're used to seeing, and that there are reasons, often good ones, for there to be differences in especially the nameplate and the resources chosen. But what we're getting at here is that, especially on this 2039 slide, where the rubber might meet the road and what are the policy implications, if any, of such a decrease in portfolio size between TPP cycles that we'd really like people to focus on if they're interested in the TPP part of what we're doing here to inform the PD. So I just wanted to flag that for everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, Nathan. All right, I think we can move to the next slide. So the next point of analysis is the system level transmission. So this analysis is conducted using the constraint information provided by the new 2023 transmission capability estimates white paper from the ISO, and we've worked with ISO staff since the publication of that paper to incorporate estimates of transmission capability increases from approved transmission upgrades, but both from the previous 21-22 TPP, but also from the 22-23 TPP. So those upgrades that were approved earlier this year, we've worked with ISO staff to add the incremental estimated incremental transmission capacity to constraints from those upgrades. And a key thing about this analysis is it's gotten a lot more complicated in that the new white paper has 104 constraints compared to the last white paper, which only had 43 constraints that we had to model and map and calculate with. So it's been a work in progress, particularly in the northern and central valley areas where we have significantly more constraints in PG&E territory. And these charts here are just showing the essentially this preliminary mapping where we've exceeded those constraint values at. So you can see in 2034 we've exceeded about 19, or we've exceeded 19 constraints, and those are, you can see, mostly in the northern California, so in both the in PG&E territory, while there's only a few down in Southern California, and that trend continues into 2039 mapping results as well, where we have increased constraints exceeded, but it's still mostly in Northern California areas, and that's due to the main fact of that 22-23 TPP did approve large transmission upgrades in that Southern California area, particularly in that SCE and SDG&E area, and so that did limit the amount of constraints exceeded. Though I will note that the default constraint, so the default constraint exceedances that you can see in 2039 in SCE Eastern area are actually the results of mapped resources exceeding even the estimated additional transmission capacity from those upgrades. So driven mostly by the large amount of out-of-state wind coming in at Palo Verde, we're seeing that the approved transmission upgrades, those estimated values are not enough to accommodate that amount of out-of-state wind without additional upgrades. Next slide, please. And so this is basically what I had just summarized. So it's talking about that out-of-state wind and driving those upgrades needed in the SEC territory, and just talking about that in further, as was mentioned earlier, that in further rounds of mapping, we will try to shift resources around to better utilize transmission exceedances, because we don't want to have a major transmission upgrade just for a small amount of resources. If we can fully utilize it or shift those resources that are triggering the transmission upgrade to an area where there is existing transmission or a more cost-effective transmission, that's what additional rounds of mapping will tell. Next slide. And so now I'm going to present an overview of those third and fourth criteria, which is the land use feasibility and environmental impacts. And so sort of reiterating sort of what data is going into this analysis is, so for the land use feasibility, we're implementing the CEC's core land use screen, which combines and amalgamates a bunch of individual data sets to assess if an area has lower potential land conflict, either with alternative land uses or with environmental impacts, versus areas that have higher potential conflict. We're also using CEC's new parcelization data set, which is used to assess how parcelized, so how many parcels are within that area, how sort of like, and it's designed to see sort of how easy it is for or hard it is for developers to amalgamate a contiguous area for development, with the idea that fewer parcels, fewer larger parcels is more favorable for development. And we're also implementing CEC's new cropland index model, which works to distinguish between low value cropland and high value cropland, and also are prioritizing utilizing only low value for cropland, though in future rounds of mapping, we are particularly in areas where we do have critically overdrafted groundwater basins, we're going to see to assess, is there potential here to use more cropland acreage for development or not. That's an ongoing analysis that we're working with CEC and even other departments through on these land use impacts. And then on the environmental, both conservation and biological data sets, we're using the Department of Fish and Wildlife's ACE data sets for terrestrial connectivity, biodiversity, and irreplaceability. Then we're also using intactness, how intact the landscape is. And finally, we're using a wetlands data set. And I'll present, because this is, we do this analysis for every substation for both wind and solar. So the individual substation and resource details of this analysis will be in the preliminary Busbar Mapping dashboard. So if you want to look at every substation, that exercise will be left to the viewer. But I'll go through some examples on the next few slides. But generally, from this preliminary round of mapping, we see good alignment with the criteria for the mapped solar resources. There are a few substations where we've initially mapped resources to that do have high non-alignment, and those are the key substations for remapping and in future rounds. But then for the onshore wind, we're seeing sort of the opposite. We're seeing mostly poor alignment with the criteria and having essentially, where most of our onshore wind is mapped, having high non-alignment, so high potential conflict with the alternative land uses. Next slide. So here's an example of just 3 of those data sets. So I have the 2 from the land use feasibility category of the CEC's core land use screen and the CEC's parcelization, and then 1 example from the environmental impacts, which is that ACE terrestrial connectivity. And I've shown here a selection of substations that we've preliminary mapped solar resources to. So you can see the substation. We do this analysis essentially in concentric circles or that get further out from the substation. So we prioritize smaller area closer to the substation, but we also look at further land or lands further away from the substation, but that then plays into the interconnection distance and cost. So you can see here you have the first 7 substations are for the 10-mile analysis. So looking at all the potential within a 10-mile radius of that substation. And then I've also included the 3 substations that do have those higher non-alignments. I've included the 15-mile radius to show how that analysis changes when we look further out. So you can see, as I was saying, we have particularly in like the Tehachapi and in the Central Valley, we have good alignment with the criteria, both on the feasibility side and on the environmental analysis side. But then Kramer, Colorado River, and then Red Bluff, you see those higher levels of non-alignment, particularly with that need to use for the amounts mapped the higher implication areas from the CEC's core land use screen. And then those last 3 are showing the same analysis just at a 15-mile radius. So we're in theory capturing more potential areas for development. And you do see that particularly for Colorado River and Kramer, there are areas that are more favorable for development, but they are further away from that substation. So that's part of the trying to optimize. Is this a good location if we're mapping resources further away from the substation, so the interconnection cost is higher, or not? And so that's for further analysis we'll be doing in subsequent rounds. Next slide. This is that same table, but for onshore wind. And I'll note that we were only doing partialization for solar resources, so I don't have that shown here. Instead, I have the fire threat analysis. And so this is showing for select substations where we've mapped onshore wind to within California and Nevada, that analysis and you can see there are 4s across the board for a lot of the wind areas that we've initially mapped to. And overall, sort of as I was saying earlier, most of the areas with wind potential have this higher potential conflict for land use and environmental sensitivities. Next slide, please. So this is that 5th criteria of the community and environmental societal impacts of where we are. Our sort of overarching goal is to reduce emissions, particularly from fossil fuel generators, and try to have the benefits of renewable deployment situated where it can benefit the pollution burdened and historically disadvantaged communities. And so those I've shown here sort of 3 of these statewide data sets that we use for this analysis, and that's the disadvantaged community, and then the distance from an existing fossil fuel plant, and then also those air quality non-attainment zones. And for the disadvantaged communities and the air quality non-attainment zones, it's assessed not, we do it where basically if an area around the substation, if a majority of the area around the substation is meets the criteria, then that mapping resources to that area meets criteria. And so that was sort of, we in the past, we only looked at if the substation itself was in the category or not, but this time we wanted to make sure that the area around the substation was also in that, so that, you know, where the resources are likely to be in addition to where it's connecting are captured. And then for the fossil fuel distance, we did look only at the substation interconnection because the impacts of the resources for substituting for fossil fuel plants is more contingent on where it's interconnecting to the grid. So that's why we only focused on that. And so this is, you can see by those ISO study areas, the amount of resources mapped that are meeting these criteria. And this is something that we are like a lot where we're working to increase the amount that align with these priorities in the future rounds of mapping. And this will particularly come into play in the gas retirement scenario, where we are retiring a significant amount of gas, to look at, you know, what resources could be mapped near those retirement locations to offset or replace that lost capacity from the gas. Next slide. So our second to last one, but is the commercial development interest. So this is looking at where we have potential development from the various queues. So we're using the ISO's interconnection queues. We're also using the wholesale distribution tariff queues, and we're including IIDs and Nevada energy queues as well, particularly for geothermal and wind resources to identify that. And this criteria first prioritizes alignment with in-development resources. And in development and busbar mapping cases are resources that are contracted by LSEs, are already online, or are under construction that were not included in the modeling baseline. So these are resources we know or have high confidence that are going to be in a certain location. So we want to make sure we are capturing them both from a resource potential wise and from a transmission utilization wise. So that's why we prioritize this alignment. And so this top table shows the amount of resources we have identified so far that meet these criteria. And we started doing this last year, and we'll do it this year as well, is we engage with the PTOs to have them help us identify if we've missed any resources that would fit under these categories, so we can also capture those resources. Below that in prioritization, so this is for the what we call generic resources, so that aren't tied to something that's likely to come online in the near immediate future. For the generic resources, we prioritize higher confidence commercial interests, which we categorize as potential projects in queues that have executed interconnection agreements. And then also for the ISO queue in particular, projects that have completed phase 2 of their cluster studies. So sort of with the environmental analysis, we're seeing good alignment for commercial interests with solar and storage, while the other resources have higher non-alignment. Next slide. And so this slide sort of breaks down that last point of you can see in the ISO queue, which I've summarized in the top right table here. You can see that the ISO queue currently is pretty much dominated by a lot of solar and a lot of storage. So it makes sense that we have good alignment with that. And you can see there's actually very few resources for geothermal in particular in the ISO queue. So we do look, we do look at other queues, and we're also looking at the cluster 15 application list to get an idea of where developers are looking at developing various resources to try to expand our sources of information for this mapping. And then just to focus in a little on this onshore wind discussion, because we have a fair amount of it in this portfolio, and we haven't had to really map this amount of onshore wind as much before. You can see on this bottom table, I have the breakdown of the commercial interest for onshore wind of what we're seeing in the queues. And you can see we've even worked at looking at the Nevada energy queue, particularly for areas that could interconnect to the ISO system in Southern Nevada, or also in areas that are in California but not connected to the ISO system. So looking at that northeastern California corner, particularly the Lassen County area, has some resource development interest in that area, but would note that if we were to keep, we have mapped there initially, but that would require major new transmission lines to interconnect to the ISO system. So that's something that is also an ongoing process of the mapping iteration to assess, is that really the best area given the transmission implications and environmental impacts or not. Next slide, please. So I know I saw a few questions about this, because this is, like I said, the high level summary. And so we do have the Busbar Mapping results dashboard that we've released with every TPP Busbar mapping process. And in this Excel workbook, we compile both a summary of all the mapping results, but also we have the substation level analysis for both mapping years 2034 and 2039, with the detailed calculations of how we got to those alignment levels from the raw data itself. And I just took some quick screenshots of sort of that environmental impacts that I was showing earlier for solar, and then that bottom screenshot is that commercial development interest alignment for various substations. And I'll note that it's not currently up on the website, but the dashboard for these preliminary results and the corresponding data sets used to make that dashboard will be posted soon to the 24-25 TPP mapping page on the CPUC website. And so I believe that's the end of my section for this high-level busbar mapping analysis.
Jared, I think that also brings us to the end of the entire workshop. But let's cover still a couple logistics items for Jared's part first. So Jared, a question came in, I think, from Ellen Wolf a couple of minutes ago regarding availability of this initial round of mapping. Were we planning on posting?
Yeah, it's like I said, I still need to polish off a few things. So you all can follow what's happening in the workbook, because it's currently a 20 megabyte Excel file. So I also need to figure out if I need to split it up or not. So there's some logistics to that, but I like I said, we're hoping, I'm hoping to get it up early next week or by the end of next week at the latest, so that stakeholders can look through the full preliminary mapping results.
Thanks for that, Jared. Then just acknowledging that there's going to be some more rounds of mapping to happen. Stakeholders, it would be helpful maybe to get signals from you a little bit later down the road regarding desired visibility into that, and to see if there's any room for further stakeholder process before we have to wrap that mapping up and put it into a PD. So we look forward to hearing from you on that. Jared, is there anything else logistic wise for mapping that you want to cover?
I don't think so. I think that last point you made, Nathan, was key to see sort of what kind of engagement stakeholders want, but what also can fit within the ruling to propose decision process.
Yeah, it's always a balancing act, and we very appreciative of everyone's patience. And us trying to do that balance and figure out what we can fit in given the constraints. So, we'll be on the lookout for more information from stakeholders on that. In a more global sense, just a reminder here, the last bullet point of comments due November 13th and replies due December 1st. Otherwise, we do have a few unanswered questions in the Q&A that we're going to be trying to get to in the next few minutes. I think for stakeholders, don't feel compelled to hang around for those. You've probably gotten used to our usual process from here where we take down both the Q&A and the webinar recording. We work with them for a few days just to clean them up and make sure they're ready for posting on the website. And then we post to where the workshop materials already are so that you can have access to them to inform your comments, replies, etc. So again, if you have any questions unanswered right now in the chat, don't worry about it. We will get to them and they will be posted along with all the other chat questions when we do that next week. And if you have any questions that you haven't gotten into the Q&A yet, I implore you to do so right now. Otherwise, thank you very much to all the presenters from Energy Division, from our consultancy 3, and we had some folks from Astrape and others today too. Really big thanks to everyone internally that's helped along with this process. And thanks in advance to stakeholders for all of the deep thinking you're about to do in comments and replies to help us refine this and get it to a better place. So cheers, everyone. And I think that we can conclude the workshop.